You've been saying this a while, but apparently this Bobby Witt Jr. guy is pretty good.
Ha! Yeah. That kid's a stud.
I mean, I know
And
they
he
lost
plays-
last night. He only had 5 RBI.
Yeah, and he plays shortstop.
Right.
Yeah. He's like 23 or something like that. Yeah. Big win for your Tigers.
Was.
2 back in the loss column. It's still a lot of ground in a short period of time because they got to get ahead of them. But hey, do your part, putting the pressure on. Oh, my goodness. Morning, everybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. We put week 2 of the NFL to bed and quickly begin moving forward. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A Monday Night Football thriller if you stayed up for it. If not, well, read about it or listen to us talk about it for a bit. And pennant race baseball as well. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm good, David. Good morning. It was a hell of a game last night, hell of a comeback. Kirk Cousins, as I got to the studio this morning and getting everything set up, and I get the text line set up, there was one text from last night. It simply said, Kirk Primetime Cousins.
Prime time. That's right. Kirk Primetime Cousins. can we put that to bed now? I mean, can we? I mean, can he get a little bit of credit for a 4th-round pick? What, 13, 14 seasons ago? I mean, come on. He's gone into New Orleans. He's outdueled Drew Brees in a playoff game. Okay? He's a pretty good quarterback. He is who he is. He's not super athletic. Okay? He is who he is. All right? But come on. There's 20 teams in the NFL who would take him, aren't there?
I believe so. And if the Eagles are going to play defense the way they did on that last drive, there might be a few more because he looked unbeatable on that drive. But then again, there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of defense nor a pass rush to be found.
No. If they don't find I mean, who knows? Maybe they can acquire a Son Reddick back from the Jets. What if Joe Douglas called Howie Roseman and said, you want to just swap it back? Okay, we'll do a conditional third. All right. That's what we did with you. You and I get to make up what the conditional part of it is. Come on. What do you say? But a good game. And Mark, it completes a week 2 that was nearly the complete polar opposite of week 1.
Sure does. It sure does. As the home teams end up going, 6-10?
6-10, and favorites against the number went 5-11. And I think
bet those dogs.
And I think it was exactly the opposite last week. All right. I think it should be the poll question. But then again, I don't know how many people watched the end of the game and would know what we're talking about. But, I mean, listen, I didn't like the call. It's a risk-reward call. To me, the risk was too great. But the reward was to win the game. Saquon catches that pass, the Eagles have won the game.
Over.
And for some of you, they also cover the game because they would have won by, well, no, it was 18-15, right?
It depends on what he did after he caught the ball.
Right, which I don't think he would have scored, but I think he would have.
He would have gotten the first down.
Right, but I think he gets knocked out of bounds probably around the 5. Maybe a little inside it. And then the Eagles probably take knees. So the Eagles might not have covered the 5.5. Might have been a very painful victory formation for some.
It may have been.
But if he catches it, the Eagles win. But we all know the risk if we were watching live. For those that weren't, the Falcons were out of timeouts. It was 3rd and 3 from, I think, 10. I think it was right on the 10. They had to get to the 7. And everybody thought the Eagles would run either Jalen or Saquon into the line. They had rushed for like 170 yards. And play action, half roll. Saquon's wide open in the flat. I'd say a good throw, not a perfect throw. Okay, a good throw. But it's for an NFL running back, it's an easy catch. And he bounced it off his hands. Incomplete. Clock stopped. That's 40 seconds. Never mind the whole first down. That's 40 seconds. Instead of 4th down with about a minute to go, it's 4th down with a minute 42 to go. They kick the field goal. They go up 6. Kirk Cousins, no timeouts, but he's got plenty of time to go 70 yards.
Well, and Atlanta had one timeout at that point.
No,
that's right. They just run out. I'm
right.
sorry. My mistake. They just run out. So, yeah, it's going to get down to a minute. Right. And they kick the field goal if they run in line or if they don't get the first down. The other part of it was they didn't have a whole lot of problem running the football when they needed to last night.
Well, exactly. There's no guarantee Atlanta stops them even with the box loaded up because Philly's been running it pretty good the whole second half. And as we all know with Philadelphia, if they had gained, say, 2 yards and it's 4th and 1, we all know what's coming on 4th down, right? I mean, there was a chance that the Eagles, with roughly a minute to go, don't even kick the field goal. They just thought, let's just try to end this on this play. And if we turn it over inside the 10, albeit only leading by 3. So My question is to you, and obviously to our audience, 21,000 text line, keyword Miller, if you haven't done so in the last 7 weeks, and the Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Do you have a problem with the call? I did. For the record, I did. It risk reward. I didn't like the risk.
What I didn't know until this morning, David, and if you guys said it on the broadcast, my apologies for not hearing it. But Saquon leads the NFL in running backs for dropped balls. I didn't know that. Since I think 2000, he has 16 dropped balls. That's the most of any, or 2020, he's got 16 dropped balls. That's the most for any receiver or any running back catching the ball. I had no problem with the play because the game was over. When that ball left Hurts's hands, the game was over. All he's got to do is catch it.
Correct.
And like you said, the ball was a good ball. It was a touch in front of him, but it's a ball that should be caught every time.
Right. It wasn't in the breadbasket. Saquon had to half extend his arms.
Which he didn't.
Okay. And the ball was probably numbers high, armpit high. And, Saquon's got to catch that ball.
Every time he's got to catch that ball.
I mean, was it a soft pass in the breadbasket? No. But, out of 100 times, he's got to catch that ball 100 times. And obviously he didn't. And on 4th and 3, even though, Nick Sirianni had bypassed a chip shot field goal earlier in the game, first quarter on 4th and 4, and went for it instead inside the 10 and didn't convert. So he left a gimme 3 points on the board, which seemed to be looming large at that point. Then again, the Falcons scored their only touchdown up until that point, went for 2 in late third quarter when they were up 5. So, there was a lot of interesting head coach decisions as to go for it, go for 2, not, etc. But if I had told you before the snap, hey, they're going to do a little half boot and a rollout and say, for Saquon, and they're going to get the first down, game over. Are you okay with risking the pass here on 3rd and 3? You were okay with it.
I was okay with it.
And I was not. But then again, you know me, I am conservative. I feel my job as a head coach, your number one job is to increase your team's chances of winning the game. And that was a risk with 100 seconds left in the game. You're guaranteed 105 seconds were left in the game. You're guaranteed of taking 45 of the 105 off the board. I would not have passed the ball. Admitting if Saquon catches it, the Eagles win. It's still, for me, Mark, to me, this was simple. This is a golf hole in which you go, well, you're going to hit the ball over the water every time. To me, this is Van de Velde, second shot, on 18 at the Open Championship 25 years ago, in which he turns to his caddy and goes, well, if I hit this, I'll clear the gorge by 20 yards. And I would have been like, yeah, you're hitting the 9-iron. You're not even getting near the gorge. Okay, no way. And he's like, no. If I hit this, I'll clear the gorge. If I clear the gorge, I win. Yeah, you're not getting near the gorge. Here's your 9-iron. So you're okay with the play call?
I was okay with it. In fact, I wasn't even surprised by it.
Ooh.
When watching, I thought that a pass was a possibility of that type of play, of rolling him out and doing just what they did. He was open. The play was there.
There's no doubt.
Wide open.
Yes.
No, come on.
I know.
It wasn't like there wasn't a defender within 5 yards of him, David.
No. He gets the first down. He's inside the 5. Who knows? He might have scored. But certainly he gets the first down. It doesn't even matter at that point if he runs out of bounds. Okay, Falcons are out of timeouts. They take 3 knees instead of 2. The game's over. Yes. The game's over. Unless he drops the ball. And he dropped the ball.
With that theory, he could have fumbled in a running play. You know, I mean,
True.
You cannot take into account the unknown. You're giving your team the best chance to win, and I thought that's what the Eagles did.
Okay. Well, but that's obviously because, listen, we were in the car for a little bit getting out of there, what have you. I mean, obviously, he's getting crushed, Nick Sirianni. First off, Eagles fans think he's stupid to begin with. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not me, saying something I shouldn't say. If you listen to Eagles fans for the last 2 years, they think Nick Sirianni's not very bright. He's got a pretty damn good record. They think he's an idiot. They think they have the record that they do because they've got really good players. And he's not helping. So that's why I asked. You're okay with the call?
I am. And you are not.
No, I wasn't live, I will say. I mean, when Hurts rolled out, I literally was like,
And the Falcons able to come back, get it to 1-1, not go two back of both the Saints and the Bucks. And the Eagles an opportunity to go 2-0 has that slip away as they throw a pick on the final offensive play that they have of the game.
But obviously, good game, 1-point game decided in the final minute. And it caps off week 2 of the NFL. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So do you agree with Nick Sirianni's decision to pass with 142 remaining, or should he have run the ball to keep the clock moving?
Yeah. Yes. Great call. Bad drop. No. Run the ball and clock.
Catch the damn ball.
Yeah.
Run the damn ball.
Look at you. Look at you. Bringing it. No, EB. Troy did not turn to me. I was very impressed with his Chuck Bednarik reference last night. I'm like, look at you. That's what I said to him when he was done talking. I said, listen to you, Chuck Bednarik. Well, ambient. Also, Kyle Shanahan's play calling wasn't very good. It just wasn't. He's another one that they didn't have to throw the ball when they were up 16 mid-fourth quarter. They had second and short and just keep running the ball. Then when they had third and long, you knew the Patriots had to blitz. They had to force something, and he didn't have max protect. It was horrible. Horrible. Terrible. Ambient, it's not that if you do bad. I mean, you won 8 games last year, and then you took a $50-something million cap hit, and you had to gut like 4 starters from your roster, and now you're putting a rookie in. I mean, Ambient, you're going to do badly this year. Enough already. Just take your medicine. This is a salary cap year and a rookie quarterback getting his feet wet year. This isn't like the Texans, who fortified their roster and put the rookie in. Plus, not only that, it looks like there's 3 other teams with a pulse in your division. Well, you said if we do bad. I'm saying you're going to do badly.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Samson to join us coming up 40 minutes from now. Matt Baker to talk all things college football, well, at least involving the Gators and the Noles. By the way, our poll question yesterday, what network should be airing Florida at Florida State at the end of November? The CW with the big win. Words that have never been spoken before.
Florida State at noon and Live Golf to follow. It's the CW.
In fact, which leads into which, because that Live Golf does that big, like 163 to 263,000, lead in. But anyway, so that was our poll question yesterday. We were pretty snarky yesterday. You have to admit that's pretty snarky. And did you post the poll question already? Did you go with it?
It's the poll question you wanted, and I didn't feel like, working on a poll question today. You had one. It was there early. Let's put the damn thing up. Do you agree with Nick Sirianni's decision to pass with 142 remaining, or should he have run the ball to keep the clock moving? Answers are very simple. Catch the damn ball, run the damn ball.
Okay. Son of a gun. I'm looking at the poll question. That's exactly how you worded it.
That's exactly how I worded it.
Catch the damn ball, run the damn ball.
I voted catch the damn ball.
And I'm voting run the damn ball. I am voting run the damn ball. You know me. I mean, here's a guy who likes the punt, for goodness sakes. I mean, what do you think my answer is going to be?
So that's the poll question. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
But, it's funny. We as fans, one game, one outcome can really alter our thinking. But the significance this early, though, just how you would feel if the Eagles hold on and win that game, Mark, they're a game up on the Cowboys. And the Eagles and Cowboys are not thinking about the Commanders or the Giants. They're like, this is a two-team race. And just like that, boom, they're a game up on the Cowboys. And Dallas has the Ravens next week. A desperate Ravens team at 0-2 at that.
Well, and think about the Falcons, who would have been 0-2, playing the Chiefs with both the Buccaneers and the Saints at 2-0.
Yes, it's early.
But we will remember week 2 when it comes to the Eagles and the Falcons and the playoffs and positioning and all of those things. I think this game will have a lot to do with everything from playoff seeding to who wins the NFC South, David.
And if you're a Bucs and or Saints fan and you were watching the end of that game play out, you were, no!
I got to be honest. If there's a Saints fan listening, 21,000 is the text line. I'd like to hear from you. I'd like to hear how happy you are right now.
My goodness. By the way, that stat was right. The first 15 possessions of the season. First 15 possessions of the season for the Saints, they scored on with Carr at quarterback. Because they had some series at the end of both games where he wasn't in the game. 15 for 15. This isn't Ohio State against San Jose State, This is the National Football League. I mean, this isn't Notre Dame against Purdue.
Well, I would say the first game was closer to that.
Make a dadgum good point.
I mean, when you get Carolina.
Yep.
Or at least the Bryce Young Carolina, which is no more.
And just quick sidebar about that. So when your head coach, Dave Canales, and it's after the game on Sunday, and a reporter asks a question about Bryce Young's status, and you're like, Bryce Young's our quarterback. This is Bryce Young's team. Okay? Bryce will be fine. We'll get this worked out. Blah, 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 blah. And then about 18, 20 hours later, you go, yeah, Andy Dalton's going to be the quarterback for week 3. Do you think you came to that decision on your own, or do you think you were prodded? And if you think, Mark, that he was prodded, who do you think he was prodded by? His assistants or the owner? Just asking. Just curious. We won't know the answer, but first-time head coach. He's our quarterback, okay? Yes, he struggled. We've all struggled. This is not all on Bryce. Okay, we're going to work through this. 18 hours later.
Why was Canales brought in? He fixed Geno Smith. He fixed Baker Mayfield. He was there to fix Bryce Young.
Right. So that's all. Just a little sidebar on the worst team in the league and what have you. So, but that was our poll question yesterday. The CW winning. And the poll question today is, catch the damn ball, run the damn ball. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. For the record, Mark, we have 9 2-0 teams. We have 9 0-2 teams, and we got 14 in the middle. 9, 14, and 9 is your ratio 2 weeks into the season. 4 2-0s in the NFC. Only 3 0-2s in the NFC. That's a lot of 0-2s in the AFC. 6 out of 16. It's almost 40%. And 5 2-0s. What, Mark?
I said, is right with that AFC, especially when you've got the Bengals and Ravens as 2 of the 6.
And 3 of the 4 teams in the AFC South are 3 of the 6 at 0-2 there. Houston with a 2-game lead already. So there you have it. It's difficult to avoid talking about this, and it's not the sexiest of sports talk radio, but Mark, we're 2 weeks in, and we got some serious name players who ain't going to be playing for a while. Obviously, Tua is the most high profile because he's a quarterback, but Cooper Kupp probably going to go on IR.
After Puka's already on IR.
Right. Debo's got a calf injury.
Right. That's going to be a minimum of a couple of weeks.
Right. Could be longer. A.J. Brown told Lisa Salters last night, yeah, strangest thing, Friday at practice, my hamstring. He goes, I don't think it's severe, but I'm going to miss at least 2 games. Oh, okay. Jets edge rusher Jermaine Johnson, torn Achilles, out for the year. Here's the funny thing. Hassan Reddick is actually gaining leverage every week in this. The Jets really do need him.
Yes, they do. And they traded for him. They need to figure this out. They made the move to get him. They have screwed this up 6 ways from sideways.
Yeah, something weird happened because he actually did a presser with the Jets background and everything, and he was thrilled to be there.
Yeah, I'm sure they told him they were going to sign him long term. Then they offered him what they offered him, and he said, what the hell are you talking about?
Pacheco's out 6 to 8 weeks minimum for the Chiefs. They're kicking the tires about bringing Kareem Hunt back. I actually think that'd be terrific. But, they've got some significant names here. Interesting decision by the Dolphins. They're going Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad. That's former Pro Bowl quarterback Tyler Huntley, mind you. For those that don't know, he made the Pro Bowl one year because 7 guys in the AFC said, I'm not interested in playing in that thing. And so he was finally the last selection with two touchdown passes on the season. So the Dolphins just picked up a Pro Bowl quarterback off the scrap heap, if you will, otherwise known as the Ravens practice squad. So, but remember, they're going to add a game. Remember, 17's not going to be enough. We're going to play 18 of these suckers. How many fantasy teams are like, oh, boy, this is a problem.
I don't know. I know one that's got Tua and Puka on the same team. Happens to be mine. It's a rough start, David.
How many guys doubled up with McCaffrey and Debo? The starting 5 is next here on Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
It's relatively funny, Mello.
Yeah, it's not just. I forget who it was who asked. Dolphins have retired 3 numbers: Greasy, Marino, and Zonka. Which is interesting because they have other Hall of Famers.
Quite a few.
And one has to wonder how much longer is it going to take and what are they going to do about Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas? Warfield's a Hall of Famer, although the guts of his career was not with the Dolphins. Larry Little's a Hall of Famer. I think Jim Langer, the center, is a Hall of Famer. Dwight Stevenson's a Hall of Famer. Bonacani's a Hall of Famer. That's funny, EB. Not necessarily. He could just call Greasy and ask. Oh. Paul, that is a very sore subject with me.
Is it ever?
I think it's a disgrace Bob Kuchenberg's not in the Hall of Fame.
And he had a shot at the veterans thing there and didn't get in either, right?
Multiple times. Yeah. Played all 3 positions on the line, a Pro Bowler at 2 of them.
When actually a Pro Bowl meant something.
Right. Crossed over also, was on the great teams of the 70s and the great teams of the early 80s. Well, we could talk about that, DC, if people liked his involvement in the booth or not.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Remember, it's not what's on your mind, it's what's in your mind.
Have you used that yet?
Yes, just to see the look.
Did you use it on your wife, or did you use it on,
No, I
Joe
actually
and
used
Troy?
I used it. Well, not on Joe and Troy. I don't need those looks from them, because they could finally go, what are we keeping this guy around for? He's a strange duck. Okay. No, but I did use it on someone else at the production meeting yesterday morning.
And
And she just looked at me funny. And I go, I know what's in your mind, but think about it. And she looked at me and said, I don't want to think that hard this early. I go, well, okay, I'll grant you that. That's a good one. But yeah, the look on her face, the furrowed brow, she was like, what?
I really need to start using that more.
What's in your mind?
Yeah, what's in your mind?
What's in your mind? They look at you kind of funny, like, what'd you say? What's in your mind? Think about it.
I see what's on your mind, a hat. I want to know what's in your mind.
Or
So,
at least that's what's on
one
your
other hard-hitting
head.
question before you get to the starting five.
Okay.
Were there meatballs in the booth last night?
There were not.
Oh, no.
I know. And I had to let Troy know at the production meeting yesterday morning. I literally, because it's a long rectangular table. And Joe and Troy and the producer and the director, the important people, they're at the very, back of the room there, from where we walk in the banquet room. They're up towards the front where the screens are. They're the important people. And the rest of us, we sit at the back. Sometimes we just sit in the chairs on the side. I like to grab one of the last chairs at the table. I like to be at the table. I want to be at the Last Supper. All right. I want to be in the picture. And so I got my breakfast, put it down to reserve my spot. And I walked up to Troy, and nobody was sitting near him at the time. And I said, hey, I've got some bad news. Guy looked at me like, what? I go, there will be no Mrs. Fita's meatballs. And he looked at me and he said, well, then what the hell are we doing here? And I said, it's my thoughts exactly.
That's a letdown.
It was. Here's the deal. Ed, and it's Ed's Fita. He's Joe's longtime stats guy. He lives in Philly, 15 minutes from the stadium. All right. His family's lived there forever. Mom, okay, gregarious, great cooking, classic, stereotypical Italian mom and grandma. Okay. And she loves Troy. And when she found out that Troy loves meatballs, she was like, well, he's got to have some of mine. And so sure enough, Ed started bringing the thing with the meatballs and the sauce to the booth. Troy would tell everybody, nobody's allowed to have any until I get mine. Okay. It was the only time he was authoritative in the booth all year was when Mrs. Fita's sweet balls, meatballs showed up. And so Ed had he did a game for Fox. He did the Rams Cardinals game and took a red eye. And got in at like 6:37 in the morning. And he was just like, I can't, I got to get my rest. I can't be bothered going over the house, picking everything up, bringing everything. He said, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it.
Pretty selfish. Pretty selfish on his part.
So,
I mean, he doesn't like the Cowboys. He doesn't like Troy. He
right.
flaps wings at him and all that stuff.
He
so
does. Fly, Eagles, fly. We had that all night. Please, Kelsey was in the booth for an hour. We got Mr. Eagles, standing in between them. And then next to him is Fita doing the, flapping his wings, fly, Eagles, fly the whole time. So, oh, yeah. Heavy dose of Philly in the booth last night. No meatballs.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
At 18 minutes before the hour, if you didn't stay up to watch it last night, you actually missed a pretty good little football game. Falcons rally. Eagles don't put them away. Saquon drops a 3rd and 3 pass in the flat where if he catches it, he gets the first down. The Eagles can ice the clock. Game's over. Eagles win. Instead, he dropped it. They had to kick a field goal. They were only up 6 with 1:40 to play. Cousins said, I got 1:40 and I only have to go 70 yards after this dynamic kickoff? Huh. Like a knife through butter. And it really was. 6 plays, 70 yards, bada bing, bada boom. And he hit Drake London on a 6-yard touchdown pass with 34 seconds to go. They ended up kicking a 48-yard extra point because Drake got a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty, so a little drama there. And Hurts got picked off on a desperation pass in the closing seconds. And Atlanta evens things up at 1-1 with the 22-21 win.
It was nice of the Eagles when Cousins had to make that drive that they said, instead of an 11-on-11, why don't you guys just make this a 7-on-7 drill?
Yeah.
Because there wasn't a pass rusher within 7 yards of Cousins that entire drive.
No, he could search the whole field. Do
Yep.
I want to go to this guy or this guy? You know what? I'll go to that guy. Yeah.
And on top of it, the coverage wasn't very good. So
right.
On top of no pass rush, they were playing a very soft coverage.
Right. So they had that going for them, which turned out not to be nice. So both teams are 1-1. A lot of other NFL news yesterday. It's almost always injury related, although there were 2 quarterback moves of note. Carolina dumping Bryce Young for now and turning to Andy Dalton. The big redhead's going to get a few more starts in the league. And the Dolphins are officially picking up Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad to back up Skylar Thompson. And that is exactly how Mike McDaniel stated it. He is coming in to back up Skylar Thompson. So interesting how much the Dolphins have soured on Mike White, because Mike White was on the Jets practice squad, so he could have been plucked. And they said, yeah, we had him for 2 years. We already know about him. We'll take somebody who's never seen our playbook instead. So the Rams are going to have to go without Cooper Kupp for a while. He's yet to be placed on IR with his ankle injury, but the thought is he will be. Meanwhile, he's going to be out. He's already on IR. So that's working out well. They've got 2 tackles out injured. Both their star receivers are out injured. Yeah, the Rams, it turns out they're going to be bad this year. And Matthew Stafford's going to get beat up, and he's in his mid-30s. He can't afford this anymore. So this could be a very damaging year. In fact, if you're the Rams, do you consider trading him? If a team really needs a quarterback, do you consider trading Stafford at this point? If you're the Rams.
Ooh.
Just a thought. Deebo Samuel out 2 to 3 weeks minimum with a calf injury for the Niners. And, of course, they already have McCaffrey on IR for at least 3 more games. A.J. Brown of the Eagles missed last night. He's going to miss at least 1 more game. This is coming from A.J. Brown himself. Jermaine Johnson, probably the best edge rusher the Jets had left. He tore his Achilles. He's out for the year. Patriots, I would say second best defensive player because Gonzalez, that corner, is fantastic. But linebacker Juwan Bentley, who's been a tackling machine for years, he tore his pec. He's likely out for the rest of the year, but he's certainly out for most of it. And Chiefs officially, they're saying 6 to 8 weeks with the running back Pacheco. We'll see if it's not longer than that. They're kicking the tires about bringing Kareem Hunt back. Mark, quarterback news in college football. Wisconsin quarterback Tyler Van Dyke, torn ACL, out for the rest of the year. That happened early in the game against Alabama. Michigan making a change at quarterback with USC coming to town Saturday, 3:30 CBS plug. Alex Orji going to get his shot at quarterback. Okay. See what he's got. Notre Dame, they made it official. Yeah, they beat Purdue by 59, but they lost 2 linemen. Ashton Craig on the offensive line, their center, and edge rusher Jordan Botello, knee injury, both of them out for the year. Starting right guard Billy Schroff is out for several weeks with an ankle injury. They'll see if he can come back sometime in November.
So let me see if I got this right with Notre Dame. That's a starting tackle done for the year, starting center done for the year, starting guard done for several weeks, and they lost their best tackle to the NFL last year.
Correct.
Okay.
And even though their schedule is very 8 weeks, they are pretty thin on the offensive line. And one final college football note. You know, when the Pac-12 grabbed 4 teams from the Mountain West, now they need to grab 2 more teams. You got to have 8 teams to be an official conference, and they're only at 6. But so now you got the Mountain West scrambling. Are they going to grab teams from the American? You got the American going, well, maybe if the Mountain West is falling apart, we can grab a couple teams from the Mountain West. Well, it looks like the American's going to grab Air Force from the Mountain West, which will put Army, Navy, and Air Force all in the American. I like that.
I do too.
Baseball. Mets, Lindor out injured. They are struggling offensively. Well, they scratched out a run in the 8th to tie it. And then with the stupid runner on second rule, they scored in the bottom of the 10th. They beat the Nats 2-1. So the Mets win and the Braves lose. Dodgers thump them 9-0. A 6-run 7th did them in. Freddie Freeman hurt his old team with a 3-run homer. And so the Mets are 1 up on the Braves with 12 to play for the final playoff spot in the National League. Season series right now is split between the two. They'll play a 3-game series next week in Atlanta. It likely will decide everything. Meanwhile, the Mets are only a game behind the Diamondbacks for the 5 seed. Diamondbacks lost to Colorado 3-2. Here's something to keep in mind. Both the Mets and the Braves own the tiebreaker over Arizona. So if they finish tied, ... All right. Brewers beat the Phillies 6-2. Milwaukee's magic number is 2. Phillies' magic number is 5 for them to clinch their divisions respectively. What a game and what a rally in Kansas City. Royals jump out 4-0 on Detroit, and the Tigers come back to beat them 7-6. And they pick up a game on the Twins for the final playoff spot. They're just a game and a half back of Minnesota because Cleveland scored 2 in the 8th to beat the Twins 4-3. And with the Guardians win and the Royals loss, Cleveland's lead in the Central is up to 5. So Minnesota, game and a half up on Detroit, 2 in the loss column. Twins own the tiebreak on the Tigers. Keep that in mind. Padres beat the Astros 3-1, so the Astros lead in the West is consolidated. It's now 4 over Seattle. By the way, the Padres remain 3.5 back of the Dodgers. Dansby Swanson, a homer and 4 RBIs. Cubs beat the A's 9-2. Hey, the Cardinals beat Skeens. They only scored 1 run off them in 6. Then St. Louis got to the Pirates bullpen and beat them 4-0. Cardinals get back to 500 on the season and break up the White Sox. They've won 3 in a row. They're 36-115. They're only 79 games below 500. A couple of hockey notes. Red Wings signed that 23-year-old Lucas Raymond. He scored 31 goals last year. He's actually 22. They gave him $8 million a year for 8 years. Okay. Did you see the contract that Sidney Crosby signed? Likely his last contract. He's 37. Crosby, he's played the last 12 years on a contract that paid him $8.7 million a year. You know, where's number 87? He was born on 8/7/87. Yeah. Crosby signed another 2-year extension for $8.7 million. That's given a discount. Because if Sidney Crosby said, yeah, time for me to get paid, he could have gotten 12, 13, 14 million a year. He left a nice $4 million a year, which in the NHL is a lot of money, okay, on the table, so that he can finish his career as a Penguin and give him a little money to play with so that maybe they could do a little something productive with it. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I love how you're your own voice guy. I don't know if anybody else enjoys that as much as I do. It's like I want all of our old producers to listen at once and have you do this without you knowing that they're listening, because I think they'd all get a big kick out of it.
It reminds me of being a kid and being an only child and just having to entertain myself while mom was working.
And maybe that's why I like it so much. You and I are both only children, and I don't mock it. I respect it, David. That's all I'm saying to you.
So there you have it on this Tuesday. Since it is a Tuesday and we're coming up on the top of the hour, you know what that means. That means it's time for David Samson. Matt Baker to talk college football. We'll dive into the Gators and the Knowles. And Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. It's a pretty darn good little show. We call it Miller and Moulton because we didn't know what else to name it.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David's going to be by phone today. He's having internet issues.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, sir. How are you? Other than internet issues. You going to be all right for your show? Do you need to take these 10 minutes off to get yourself ready? We can survive. Oh, absolutely. No problem whatsoever. I'll put you on hold now. We've still got a couple of minutes before we come on. All right. Thanks, David. I even offered him the chance. Well, you heard me. I'm like, he needs to take it off, but he said no. He's ready to go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And if it's 7 a.m. hour on a Tuesday, that means we're joined by David Samson. He of Nothing Personal, a podcast he records live at 8 a.m. weekdays, and it re-airs at 10 a.m. on the DraftKings Network. Weekly, he's on the Dan Le Batard Show, and more than that, he is on CBS Sportsnet. Follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I am doing well. No, I'm not doing well. What am I talking about? I'm so beholden to the internet and to Wi-Fi. When it doesn't work, I go into a complete panic, and it's not working now.
And the one thing that goes with it not working at this time of the morning, it's really difficult to get help with this at 7 in the morning, isn't it, David?
Yeah, I find it hard to get help any time of day. But yes, at this time of morning, it's up to me. And my ability to do anything IT related is quite low.
We usually ask you a couple of baseball questions. I'm curious, do you like the fact there's no more Monday playoff? You know, that the Mets and the Braves, the Diamondbacks lose the tiebreaker to both of them. You know, the Twins are fading, but they actually own the tiebreaker against the two teams that are chasing them. Do you like the fact that the season series determines tiebreakers, not a one-game Monday playoff?
So the background of that is that was a trade, actually. The trade was that if you won 2 out of 3, as the first series instead of a one and done or one and you're out, which is what it was even up to a couple of years ago. The trade was you're going to lose game 163. And the owners felt that they'd rather go to tiebreakers not on the field and just make it a 162-game season and get the extra playoff revenue that comes with the 2 out of 3 opening wild card series. So that was done with knowledge. And obviously I prefer more playoff games, but I also viewed 163 as a playoff game, but the network did not.
And it's amazing because it seems that the one thing that draws viewers is games of consequence. And game 163, there is no more consequence than one and done scenario. It works in a lot of other sports. So it's surprising they wouldn't still want that.
I've been calling for one and dones. I loved the 1 game wild cards, even though you could end up actually having a great season and having your season over super, super quickly. That's just how it goes. It's like the NCAA tournament. How about like the NFL playoffs, where you can have the best year, and you're right, you get 1 bye week, but then you could be done in a matter of 60 minutes, or sometimes, at the end of the first quarter, the game can be over. So there are sports that deal with that, and I always thought that audiences would prefer that. But of course, the slow burn of a 7-game series, that has some appeal as you get into the later games of the series. But to me, there's nothing like the win or go home.
Do you think baseball is going to alter their schedule going forward? Golf makes sure they're done before football season. NASCAR, at least it gets who their playoff teams are before football season. It seems as if many a league is trying to get their league done so they don't have to compete with football. Do you think baseball will alter their season any more going forward?
It's no, I don't. And here's why. Because owning the summer and being the only content really, along with now, obviously the WNBA, but there used to be a time when baseball was all that was happening during the summer. But the real thing is when the main broadcaster, let's say Fox, can give you a month like October, they don't have any other months available in that way. When you say alter the schedule, I thought you meant would they ever shorten the schedule? And that's something that's been talked about for, the entire time I've been in the sport, which started, almost 25 years ago. So that is something that has always been contemplated.
Well, but that was part of my question. Alter, if you're taking 162 and making them 154 or whatever you're going to make, okay, that would be obviously an alteration, and you've been in those meetings, and we all know it comes down to dollars. And, we're going to find out in the next year whether ESPN even stays in the Major League Baseball business. They may opt out in the next 12 months, but I'm just curious if you think it will always be 162 late March into all of October.
I think that it will not always be that. I'm sorry. I took what you said, meaning would they try to get the season over before football even starts, which is in September. And I don't think that's ever going to happen. But certainly a decrease in games, I do think that's going to happen. The sticking point is there weren't the votes to go from 162 to 154. You couldn't get 23 owners to agree on that. And there were 2 reasons. One, there were a good number of teams who didn't want to give up 4 home games, which is what you'd be giving up if you shortened the schedule by 8 games. They, A, didn't want to give them up, and B, if they did give them up, they wanted to be paid each year as though there were still 162 full games or 81 home games. The second reason why it's never been shortened is the players' union would never agree to a pay cut where they would make 154 1/62 of their contracts. They wanted to be paid as though a full year was a full year, whether it was 162, 154, or 120, doesn't matter. Whatever the players were signed for, that's what they wanted to get paid. And owners did not agree to that, meaning they would want the minimum to be decreased by a percentage, et cetera. And the union would never agree to that.
Does any of this have to do anything with the regional cable deals and the money being a little different from a television revenue? Does that change anyone's mind at all, David?
Well, that is exactly what's going on inside the boardrooms of both the union and the commissioner's office as they both prepare for the next CBA. You've nailed it, which is the game's changed. All of the cable money that used to go to all the teams, it's going to only a few teams now, like the Dodgers. Even the Yankees and the Red Sox eventually are going to be impacted because their regional sports networks just are not worth what they used to be worth, where they could feed the losses that the actual baseball team would incur each year. So there is change coming. And the question is, will the union understand and agree to that change and the impact that it'll have? I'm sorry, one more thing on this. Players' salaries are not, it's not written in stone that everything keeps going up and up and up and up the way it has, let's say, in basketball with their new deal or football with the salary cap. Baseball has a different model, which is why they're trying to go more national.
He's David Samson. He records Nothing Personal with David Samson, an award-winning podcast. He does so at 8 a.m. weekdays live, and then it re-airs at 10 a.m. on the DraftKings network. He's part of the CBS Sports family. He's also a regular on the Dan Le Batard Show. You can follow him on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. I had a point before I read your bio there that I wanted to make. And now I've lost it, to be brutally honest. And it was a really good point, and it involved baseball. And I'll remember it at about 8:30, and I'm going to text you in the middle of your show.
Listen, all of us are getting older. I totally get what you're saying. And I think the thing to do, every time I get a point these days, I make a note.
Okay, I remembered it. Do you think the Ohtani salary of 68 of the 70 million deferred, do you think the owners are going to continue to allow that? Because we got Soto coming up and we got some other big names that are going to come up here. And clearly, Boris is going to want what Ohtani got, et cetera. And the only way to do that realistically is to defer a large part of the salary. Do you think the owners are going to continue to allow this?
Well, deferral, there's a rule in the collective bargaining agreement that when you defer money, you've got to actually segregate that money and still pay it in current time as though you were paying it to the player. You just get to pay it to one of your own accounts. And it really is not enforced by baseball. The Ohtani situation is definitely a unicorn to me. And the reason is that he's got so much endorsement income that comes his way that he can live as though he is making that $70 million per year this year, because the 68 that he gets deferred is basically replaced practically dollar for dollar with sponsorships that he gets both here and mostly in Japan. There is no other player like that. There's no other player close in baseball. And so those players like a Soto, he wouldn't want to defer that amount of money. It just doesn't make fiscal sense for him to do. And when you say Boris wants to break the record, yes, he does, but he doesn't view the record as $70 million a year for 10 years. He views it more in the 44 range, which is what the present value of Ohtani's deal was.
Hey, I'm just curious, the catcher for the A-ball team in Fort Myers that was giving pitches away because he wanted the season to end, is he hireable ever again, or is that guy out of baseball?
Oh, he could certainly be a carpenter, and he could get into media. He will never be signed by another major league organization. He violated a rule. His name is Derek Bender. I can't think of anything more embarrassing, ridiculous. He said he wanted to, not make the playoffs because he was tired and wanted to go home. If that's true, and even if it's not, the fact that he was giving pitches away, I said on Nothing Personal, there are moments where we have done that, like for a pitch, when there was something going on, like the end of Conine's career, or the Jose Fernandez game the following day after he passed away to D. Gordon, where you can groove a fastball in. But consistently giving your pitches away as a catcher, you're done. And we're talking about a low-A player. Forget about it. His career is over. I hope it was worth it for him.
So like the famous Mickey, and we've got less than a minute. Like Mickey Mantle is last at bat somewhere. They think that the Tigers groove the fastball for him. That stuff happens, but otherwise, no.
That's exactly correct. I didn't even need minutes for that. That stuff can happen, of course, but not what a low A middle round draft pick is doing. Out of the question.
Hear the disgust.
Just disgust.
David Samson's voice. Remembered his name, too. Derek Bender, that blankety blank. David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. He records it in 47 minutes. Follow him on X at David, the letter P. Samson. David P. Samson. David, good luck with the internet.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about this, guys. And I look good this morning. I'm very unhappy. Thank you.
You look good every morning, David. We don't. That's the other side of it. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I've got my annual doctor's appointment today.
Okay.
I scheduled it a year ago when we had a producer. So I
So,
scheduled it for 10:20.
ah,
So I've already got the first hour up and posted. I'm trying something new this morning.
okay. Michael, I disagree with you. We zeroed in pretty closely on that. His helmet got basically loosened off his head on the hit, right? And you could see it pretty clearly. And plus, he didn't take it off as a celebratory thing. He took it off because it was coming off. So
hang on. So he took it off because it was coming off. He couldn't have pulled it down.
well, he could. Here's the other thing, though. It's a post-play penalty anyway. Okay, so the worst case scenario for Philly was they would have been backed up 15 more yards. That's all. The stop had happened. The Falcons would not have gained a first down. Okay, even if you rule that a penalty. But I was standing right next to our official and I asked him about it.
That's fantastic.
Mhm.
That's funny.
He was once there's no, and Troy even made mention, okay, that, hey, he didn't mind everybody seeing his face. It was a great play. I mean, looked
Was it?
like it was going to win the game. Yeah, new official John Perry took a job with the Bills organization. He's in the booth talking to Sean McDermott during the games. Well, and I don't even know if he was on the air last week. Yinzer, Russell.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Matt Baker will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. We'll talk about college football. He's an AP voter. He's a Heisman voter. Does a great job covering the sport for the Tampa Bay Times. And we'll get his thoughts about the mess in both Gainesville and Tallahassee. And then also now we're really getting into conference play this coming Saturday. Little USC at Michigan, little Tennessee at Oklahoma. Do you know the last time that Oklahoma in a conference game was a home dog by more than 4 points?
Well, they play Texas every year at a neutral site, so that throws that game out the window.
Right. This in Norman.
No. That's the caveat to me is
Right.
that the Texas game's always in
Right.
Dallas. So
Right.
they were favored a lot in that conference.
First off, how many times is Oklahoma a home dog? Secondly, the last time they were a home dog by 7.5 points.
I'm scared to guess because I think it could be a really long time.
It's not as long as you think because remember, after Switzer and before Stoops, they had a little lull period. But we're talking the Clinton administration. It's either 97 or 98. Big Game Bob didn't take over till the 99 season, I believe. Because it was year 2 that he won the Natty. He helped start that whole year 2 thing. He won the Natty year 2. Then Tressel won the Natty year 2. Urban wins his Natty year 2. Nick wasn't at LSU very long when he won his Natty also. I mean, these great coaches were making it look easy. But Big Game Bob started it, and I think he took over 99 because they won it in 2000, and I'm positive that was his second year there. So you got to go before Bob Stoops, the last time Oklahoma was this big of a dog at home in a conference game.
David, I want to give you a little positive reinforcement because I think everybody needs it from time to time. The text line is open at 21,000. If you haven't texted the show in the last 7 weeks, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like. Like this texter said, totally agree with Moulton. How do you not chair dance to the starting 5 music?
I thought he was going to agree with me with the poll question.
Oh, don't worry. They're agreeing with you on the poll question.
Lots
early. And the poll question is, do you agree with Nick Sirianni's decision to pass with 142 remaining, or should he have run the ball to keep the clock moving? Catch the damn ball, getting 27%. Run the damn ball, getting 73%.
Wow, I'm surprised because, he was open. If he catches a routine ball, the Eagles get a first down, they win the game. I don't think Barkley scores, so I don't think the Eagles would have covered. So Falcons obviously is a 5.5-point dog winning. They covered. Game went under, Mark. Game went under. The under has been the play in the NFL this year. I saw the stat yesterday. I hope I saved it. Because, why would I save it? It's not like I do a show or anything that we'd be. Okay, are you ready for this stat?
I'm ready. Give me some stats. Sorry.
Passing touchdowns through 2 weeks in the NFL. 2019, 105. 2020, 110. 2021, 110. 2022, 105. So we got 4 years there, 2019 through 2022, 105 to 110 TD passes through 2 weeks. Last year, 86. Big drop-off.
Huge drop-off.
Mm-hmm. Heading into last night's game, and off the top of my head here, now we got to figure out, how many touchdown passes were there last night. Heading into last night's game, 66 passing touchdowns through 31 games.
Well, and Hurts had 1 passing, and Cousins had 1 passing, so 68.
Okay. So 3 seasons ago, in 2022, we had 105 TD passes through 2 weeks. Last year, 86. And you're saying, Cousins had 2 touchdowns passes. And I don't know if Hurts had any touchdown passes. Oh, no, he had the one over the middle. So there were 3 last night.
I'm sorry.
There were 3 last night. So 2 seasons ago, 105 through 2 weeks. Last year, 86. This year, 69. So we've gone down 20% and 20% in each of the last 2 seasons. Touchdown passes in the first 2 weeks of the season. Nearly 40 less touchdown passes in 2 years through 2 weeks. That to me seems more than a statistical anomaly. That seems like, level of play not as good.
Well, that's what I think, David. And, last night was a soccer practice night for my daughter. So I sit with the dads and watch. And I've gotten to know a lot of these guys over the years. They're the same group, same kids, and ran into a guy that I've gotten along with pretty well. And he's like, man, great weekend of football. And I went, was it?
Close weekend of football.
A lot of close games.
Yep.
But was it a great weekend of football? There's not a lot of scoring right now. Throw New Orleans out of this. Who's scoring points?
Lot of field goals. Lot of field goals. And to me, is it because we're playing a lot of rookie quarterbacks? Obviously, last year we had, this year, I mean, I don't know, can you blame it all on the rookie quarterbacks? Or are we going to blame it on preseason and training camp? And quite frankly, we're going to have Pat Kirwan on in a half an hour. I'm going to throw that stat at Pat if he doesn't already know it, because there aren't many numbers Pat's not aware of. All right. And I'll bet you the first thing Pat's going to say is, well, we ain't practicing football enough.
Is it a shift to running the football more? I don't think so.
You're the fantasy guy. I'm not. Okay. Does it take as many points, seemingly, the last 2 seasons in the first couple of weeks to win games as it normally does?
You know what, David? When you have Tua and Hill on Thursday night, I have to be really honest. I didn't pay much attention to fantasy football because I knew I was done before Sunday started.
Gotcha.
So I'm not sure, but it did seem that numbers are down a little bit.
So, but I mean, 2022 through also, remember, obviously there are no bye weeks this early in the year. So it's not like we have a different number of games. I mean, all 6 of these seasons, we played 32 games through the first 2 weeks. For 4 years in a row, we were throwing 105 to 110 touchdowns in those first 2 weeks. And then last year we threw 86. And this year we threw 69. 36 less touchdown passes in 2 seasons?
It's a remarkable drop-off.
That's more than one touchdown pass per game less in 2 seasons. It's not like the wide receiver play is getting worse, right?
You would argue it's getting better.
Okay.
Receivers coming into the league that are far more equipped to run route trees, to do the things that NFL receivers are asked to do, and these guys are doing it coming out of college.
So are we indicting the quarterback play, or are we indicting teams, quite frankly, just not ready to play offensively when the season starts? They're not as ready as they used to be.
That is just a fascinating stat right there.
I thought and you mocked me. You did. Come on, admit it. A little bit. You mocked me.
I don't think I mocked you for that. I mean, I'm sure that I mocked you.
A little bit.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I was with my buddy that's a big Gator fan last night. He said the same thing you said. He goes, all right, they don't get Lane, then what?
Well, the guy in Tampa is going to have another audition Saturday night against Miami. By the way, Matt Baker at Miami 8th in his top 25.
Who did he have fourth?
Bama, Georgia 1.
Where did he have the Vols?
6th.
Okay. That's a great line. I said, everything okay in your world? He was just treading water.
I don't think they could RCB. I don't think it'd come down to money. I mean, it's an upper echelon SEC job versus. So it's either you're taking the gig or you're not, in my estimation.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, Pat Kirwan will talk all things NFL with us at the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, is Matt Baker. He covers college football for the Tampa Bay Times. You can follow him on X, M Baker TB Times. M Baker TB Times. Matt's David and Mark. I'd ask how are you, but I know the answer. You're swamped.
You know, this job is never, ever boring. And some days I would absolutely kill for boring, but that's not where we are right now.
And we're not great. I mean, I guess we've always said there's two ways to look at it. It's fun to cover a great team. It's interesting to cover teams that are in complete turmoil. And right now, both the Noles and the Gators, things could not be going any worse.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a scenario where it could get worse. I mean, they've been mostly healthy, so I guess that's good. But yeah, I mean, they're just both dumpster fires in their own ways, you know. Florida State had obviously the high expectations, and I was in there too, right? You know, I had them in the top 10 in the preseason, thinking they could win the ACC and go to the playoff and maybe win a game or two, and obviously that's not going to be the case. And Florida's in that same situation they've been in the last, I guess every 3 or 4 years, where the coach that they hired, paid a lot of money to, is not working out, and they're going to have to figure out what that means going forward. Is it how much money would it cost to get rid of him? How much money are they losing if this continues? And weighing all that stuff with a coaching carousel cycle like we've never seen before, there's a lot going on.
Well, let's start with the Noles. So Mike's been heavily invested in the portal. It's worked really well for 2 years. Are we going to completely blame the portal for this year and that this group of guys just took the money and didn't buy in? Or is it more than that?
Oh, it's definitely more than that. I think some of it was the portal rate, the hit rate that Mike had in his first couple of years. That was just not sustainable, right? Like the number of all-conference caliber players, your Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Jermaine Johnson, Trey Benson, you know who they are. That's just not sustainable. You're not going to do that every time. You're going to regress to them. That's just natural. So I think there's some of that. But to me, the bigger issue is it's the lack of high school development. The high school recruiting has not been great since Mike got there. And maybe you want to kind of excuse the first couple classes because, okay, transition classes, they normally stink. Okay, throw that out. And then there was the COVID year. There was some weird stuff. But to me, you look at the blue chip recruits that Norvell has signed. I think the first 3 classes, if I remember right, it was 21 4- or 5-star recruits that Mike signed. Like 3 or 4 of them actually panned out and have played at a high level. And that's a problem. That to me is the biggest issue here, where it's not just that they're not getting enough dudes. It's that the dudes that they have signed haven't delivered the way that you would expect. And that to me is the deeper issue here. The portal is an easy excuse, and I get it, and that's part of it. But to me, the bigger issue is, why did they need the portal in the first place? Why do you need to go get a DJ Uyunglele when you don't have a quarterback that you've developed and that sort of thing? That's the bigger concern.
Is this at all an indictment on where high school football is in Florida, Matt? And I know you don't cover that, but the fact of the matter is, if things have gotten so bad for the Noles, and I know the Gators are recruiting at a high level, the Canes are recruiting at a high level, this isn't an indictment of high school football at all, is it?
No, I don't think so. Especially because Mike's first couple classes probably weren't as Florida heavy as he would have liked. And that's just by necessity, right? He's a Texas guy, hadn't really coached in Florida. His staff didn't get the chance this first couple of years to go recruit the state the way that they would want, just because of the COVID limitations, right? They couldn't do what they would want to do. And then again, you still look at Florida players producing at other places as they have at a high level over the years. Georgia is immediately one that comes to mind. So, to me, it's not a Florida high school issue. There's some of it, a tiny bit. To me, it's just that the guys they signed just haven't worked out.
He's Matt Baker, covers college football for the Tampa Bay Times. Follow him on X at MBakerTBTimes, MBakerTBTimes. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right, to Gainesville.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a better job recruiting high school players than Norvell has. Not as good as Mario, but Billy's done okay with the high school kids. But clearly, Matt, they're not talented enough. Is it because he can't get, as you said, the dudes in the portal? Or what do you think has most gone wrong for Napier in Gainesville?
Oh boy, how long do we have? It's a lot, right? It just is. He's recruited at a level pretty comparable to Dan Mullen. Maybe some incremental stuff better, but not a ton. And I don't think they've developed them well enough. You look at the difference makers at Florida, there's not a lot of them. And honestly, you could make a good argument that the talent he's brought in is not equivalent to the talent that he had and that left. You look at a guy like Ian Powell at Virginia Tech, who's been one of the better linebackers in the ACC, and Tyron Hopper, who had been one of the better linebackers in the SEC in Missouri, and Dejon Reynolds, I think, had a big catch for Pitt the other day in the backyard brawl, and go on with ETN and Princely. And that's part of the issue here, right? Is that you let some guys go for any number of reasons, or allowed them to leave, like that sort of thing too, and hasn't replaced them at a high enough level. That's part of it. It's development. It's fair to criticize just the overall approach, right? Where you look at the defensive scheme. The defense was historically bad his first year. So he replaced a young Sun Belt Conference defensive coordinator with an even younger Sun Belt Conference defensive coordinator. And that last year was historically bad too. So then he triples down on it by hiring a guy who was kind of the architect of that defense, rather than saying, you know what, this defense isn't working. Obviously he didn't give up play calling, at least to a large degree on offense, and chose to keep the two offensive line coaches, and the line's not producing, on and on and on. There's just a whole bunch of reasons. One of them certainly is that when you look at them play, there's not a lot of difference makers. There's not a Kadarius Toney. There's not a Kyle Pitts. There's not somebody like that you're like, oh my gosh, that guy's a difference maker. Yeah, maybe Trey Wilson when he's healthy, maybe Montrell to some degree. There's just not a lot of dudes out there, and they haven't been able to scheme it up well enough to overcome that. And you could argue that their scheming has been pretty bad too.
And you brought it up kind of almost in passing there. At the line of scrimmage, Matt, they're getting brutalized, both sides of the ball. And I don't know if it's scheme or dudes or both, but when you watch Florida play, and when you used to watch Florida play defensively, there was dudes out there at every level. It doesn't seem that Florida has a defensive player that is a game breaker, if you know what I mean, that can disrupt the other team. They just seem to be bullied.
I think that's a fair assessment. And to me, that is probably the biggest indictment that we can make on Billy at this point, because go back to what he said on day one. He said, this is a line of scrimmage league. We are going, I'm paraphrasing, but only a little bit. We are going to put a premium on the lines of scrimmage. We're going to have two offensive line coaches because I think I'm a good enough play caller. That's going to give us an advantage. And on defense, we're going to put a premium on the line, and particularly on the edge. And that's what he said. And so far, we have not seen it. You go back to where it was at Louisiana, he could run the ball really, really well. But he also had, I think his first year, there were like 3 NFL running backs, guys who at least got a cup of coffee in the NFL, on a roster in the Sun Belt. Yeah, you should be able to run, plus some offensive linemen who got to the league. You should be able to run like that. Now we're in a situation where he's at Florida and the margins are smaller because everybody's got NFL players on the lines and running back and what have you. And it's just not working for any number of reasons. I think scheme is probably part of it. I think just talent and evaluation, they're part of it. And look, a program like Florida doesn't get to this point based on one thing. It's a bunch of things, and that's what we're seeing.
Matt, it would be difficult, and Miller and Moulton, for what it's worth, were making the case before the season started. Florida has to stop this revolving door of only having coaches for 3 to 4 years. Okay, get in on Billy Napier, blah, blah, blah. It's tough now to imagine this working. I mean, he's lost us, and we were behind him. and we were fending off the masses, and he's lost us. I mean, that's the other thing, Matt. What in the world is he doing that if you're Scott Strickland and you want to keep him because you know the minute you fire him, you're firing yourself? What in the world that he's doing that you can hang your hat on?
Another great question, and I wish I had an answer for you. To some degree, it's kind of where things were with Mullen a couple of years ago, where we know what Dan did in the first 3 years with 3 New Year's Six Bowls, very, very good results that right now Florida fans would give a leg for. But at the end, it just fell apart quickly, where you couldn't point to recruiting and saying things are going to get better for us because of this class, these dudes coming in, whatever. You couldn't point to that. You couldn't point to the on-field results because they had clearly stagnated or declined, I should say. So what did they have? Not really anything, and that's why they made the decision that they did. We can second guess it now based on where things are, but again, I did not see a way to show that things were going to get better under Dan, and that's where it is now with Billy, where I've tried to look at this through as many lenses as possible, and as we sit here today, I don't have a good answer on why I think things will get better. You can give hope with DJ Lagway. Maybe he's the chosen one. The sample size right now is not big enough for me to declare that he is or isn't. I just don't know yet. So you can say that sort of thing. Your point about revolving door at coaches, that's very sound, where if you hit the reset button, you're probably giving up a year of transition, maybe longer than that. Is it really going to be better? I don't know. But when you look at the results, it's not getting better. In some ways, it's getting worse. And losing to Mario the way he did to start the season, and then losing last week to a first-year staff and a true freshman backup quarterback making his first career start in the swamp for a Texas A&M team that had lost 9 consecutive true road games in the SEC. There's not much you can say.
It seems that Florida has its NIL in line now. We all know the talent base in Florida for high schools. This is still a really good job, right?
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot of really good jobs though, and the proximity to talent matters, but doesn't matter as much as it used to because of NIL and because of a whole bunch of other issues too. But yes, there's still no reason to me that Florida should not be a top 10, top 15 job and be able to compete for championships. The bones are there, and honestly, they've caught up in a lot of things. Before Billy's first game, they started kind of moving into the $85 million football complex, and NIL was a mess. We know what happened with the Rashada thing. That's still playing out in federal courts, but that's certainly better than it was. And again, there's still lots of talent here in Florida, and there's lots of talent nearby in Georgia, and we're in a Power 2 situation, and Florida's in one of those power conferences. So there's a lot of reasons why it should work, and that makes it more astounding that it hasn't.
Matt, got about 90 seconds. This is a pretty interesting game Saturday night in Tampa, isn't it? They got a stud quarterback. Golish is a good coach. I think we'd all agree with that. If you could take Alabama to the fourth quarter, you can play with Miami, right?
I certainly think they can, yeah. Byron Brown did not have a good day throwing the ball against Alabama. He's better than what he showed then. So if he comes back and bounces back, Golish, you're right, is a great offensive mind. I had some questions coming into his tenure just because he was under Heupel. So how much was him? How much was Heupel? I don't know. But what we've seen so far, he's a great offensive mind. He can sling it around. He can put up points and yards. And I give them a puncher's chance against Miami. The Canes might be really, really good. Part of me is still holding back a tiny bit because I've seen this movie before. But there's certainly a chance that it ends differently. And that's why I'm so interested in the USF Miami game on Saturday, just to see if USF can hang with them, or if this Miami team is finally the one that's going to break through and really bring the Canes back.
He's Matt Baker. He covers college football for the Tampa Bay Times. He's an AP voter, a Heisman voter, and he writes good stuff. And you should follow him on X at MBakerTBTimes, MBakerTBTimes. Matt, thanks for making time for us. Safe travels. Hopefully we can catch up early in October.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Matt Baker, kind enough to join us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. here on Miller and Moulton.
Matt does the football fix. It's an email newsletter. I would suggest you subscribe to it. It got me through a lot of the summer. It was a great little, hey, here comes another football fix from Matt Baker. It's always a good read. He does a great job. And he's very transparent with his rankings and his Heisman votes and those things that people, I think, really enjoy seeing the people who vote put out what they do. And he does it every week with his rankings.
Had Miami 8th in his AP ballot this week. Had Notre Dame 22nd. Had UCF 24th, by the way. Gave him a little credit for the win against TCU. Had Georgia 1. Still had Texas 2, for what it's worth. So there you go. All right. That was college. What do you say we talk a little NFL?
Who should we do it with?
Well, I suggest Pat Kirwan. How about you?
That works for me.
Well, then he's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Marcus?
Good morning, Pat.
How are you, fellas?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Very good. You know, officially in the rut now, just grinding out week after week. Now they're numbered, Mark.
Oh, yeah.
It's just number 3 now. It's not anything else. You got a good ending last night, David. Headphones, there he is.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning. What an ending to the game.
Yeah.
Nick Sirianni digging a little hole for himself.
Well, It's our poll question. Do you agree with the decision or not? And I'm very conservative. You know that. I would have played the percentages. Plus, they were running the ball very effectively. I thought they were going to run it, come up short, and his big decision was going to be, do I go for the win on 4th and a yard and just try to ice it here, or do I kick the field goal with a minute to go? But, Mark's of the belief, hey, I had no problem with the call. He was wide open. If he catches a pass, he should catch. The game's over. They win.
Yeah, it's the problem with passing in those things rather than run a toss sweep is that the clock's running when you run the toss sweep. If you throw the ball and he drops it, the clock stops, as we all know.
Yep.
You ask a quarterback, Troy will say something different maybe. I don't think so, though. A lot of quarterbacks talk about the timing of the swing route, and just that route is not – people think it's easy, and it's not. It can be a problem route for guys, so I don't know. Nick he's up against it, I think. In fact, I know he is.
Well, I mean, hell, they were pretty open about it. I mean, they damn near got rid of him. They didn't hide that fact. They damn near hired if they did get rid of him, they were going to hire Belichick. They've publicly talked about how enamored they are with him. I mean,
I think Belichick turned him down. I don't know. Maybe he's waiting for Jacksonville. Yes. Trevor's on my I don't think so list. I got a list of 7 I don't think so's, and he's on it.
I think Bill's coaching the NFC East next year one way or another. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting reality, though. No one's ever won a Super Bowl after leaving a Super Bowl team. Anyone ever win a Super Bowl with a second team?
No, people have come close.
Yeah, they have. I think what your magic is really hard to duplicate.
Sure.
And I think you have now. He is very introspective. I remember having a long conversation when he came to the Jets. He said, "I got a list of things I'm going to fix about me." I couldn't believe he said it to me. I said, "How you doing? Are you liking this?" I got a long list of things I got to fix about me. I'm going to be out in the public more. I'm going to be more relaxed out there. It was just, I don't know about it. Now, all the stuff he's doing in the media, I think, is really loosening him up publicly.
Yep.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home in the 239 and the 904 on this Tuesday, final hour of the show in Charlotte County and places north, including Lake City. Pat Kirwan joins us at this day and time every week throughout the NFL season. He does so courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, and all points in between, including their new location in Lakewood Ranch, Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Top of the morning to you, Pat. That game was worth staying up for, huh?
Absolutely. It was more than entertaining. It was as the weekend went. Week 2 was kind of like, this is why I think for me, and you guys might be different. I think Mark is a college football guy, basically. Maybe he's not. But that's what college football can't provide, what week 2 provided. If I said, and I couldn't bring myself to it, that Miami, Dallas, Detroit, San Francisco, Baltimore, the Rams, and Philly would all lose. Like if you looked at college football and said 8 of the top 10 are going to lose this week, no one would believe you. I think, but in pro football, you got to be careful. And it was kind of amazing to me. What a reminder how everyone's pretty vulnerable in this league to have all those teams I mentioned lose. And I was sitting talking to someone yesterday morning about it. I go, that's the difference between college and pro football.
No,
He
you're
does.
absolutely right, Pat. And I used to be a Saturday guy, and I still love my Saturdays. If you were to ask me which one I'd want to go to in person, I'd rather go to a Saturday game. The pomp and circumstance of college football is tremendous to me. But what I want to watch is the NFL. It's a better product. But with that being said, 2 weeks in, Pat, what's your assessment of the product? Because I had, my daughter's soccer last night, and all the dads, the football's great. I go, the endings were great. I don't think the football's been that good so far.
Well, it hasn't been, but the coaches will tell you, and they tell me, we're still installing, we're still refining. They don't practice enough. All the things they tell you all the time, the blocking and the tackling are not very good. And some guys have said to me off the record, they don't think it's going to really get better. They think this is the new NFL product, and you have to accept it's kind of a loose cannon, and there's way too many young quarterbacks on the field before they're ready to play. And it's kind of a shame to see their careers get destroyed. Now, Bryce is going down the tubes here. He has done nothing to warrant. Now there's going to be, we're going to see Andy Dalton. He's not the answer, but they're forced into that. But I think other places are going to land up in the same boat. Did you see Callahan yelling at Levis on the sideline? That looked like a termination notice.
Well, I don't blame them. I mean, that turnover, it's not as ridiculous as the one that cost them the game in Chicago. But, I mean, for them not to even get 3 points and go up 2 scores in that situation is absurd. Pat, there are very few times that we have a stat that you don't have. And I don't know if that's the case right now, but this is our stat of the day. From 2019 through 2022, those 4 seasons, 105 to 110 touchdown passes were thrown through the first 2 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So 32 games, and you had about 3.5 touchdown passes per game. Last year, only 86 touchdown passes were thrown through the first 2 weeks. Counting last night, 69 touchdown passes were thrown in the first 2 weeks of the season. Last 2 years, 20% drop-offs each year in the number of touchdown passes. Do you have a theory as to why?
Well, I do. I have a couple thoughts about it. To have a theory, I'd have to study it closer. But first of all, as I said, too many young quarterbacks. Let's use the 3 rookies. They're part of that number. Those guys haven't thrown a touchdown pass yet. And they have thrown 196 passes. So those rookie quarterbacks, and you can put on top of that Richardson, Levis, Bryce. So you got a bunch of guys that are in this league that are supposed to be throwing touchdown passes that don't. And the rookies, those 3 kids, can you imagine? And there's a warning shot to Caleb and Nix and Daniels, and nothing bad's going to happen to them. Nothing. But they should be looking at Bryce and realizing why they got to bear down and even work harder. And their coaches have to figure out ways to get them to be productive. So that's issue 1. Issue 2 is those field goals. How many times, since we're all making all these field goals, 35 or 39 over 50 yards, how many times 3 or 4 years ago we would never take that kick? We'd go for it on 4th down. Remember the analytics rage?
Mm-hmm.
Go for it. And if you went for it and you made it as many times as the analytics department said you would, now you sustain a drive that's heading towards the goal line. That could have, let's say of the 39 attempts at over 50 yards, we only took 15 of those, which would be a reasonable number. That would be the number I'd go look up compared to the attempts we're making now. So there's a couple of extra touchdowns that fizzle because we take 55-yard field goals like they're nothing. They're almost at a 90% success rate. So young quarterbacks, those long shot field goals which end drives, and you got to think about where are you on the field when you take that kick on a 4th down? You're what, 36-yard line? You go for it instead, analytics boys, and now all of a sudden it's 1st and 10 on the 33, and now you're heading towards a touchdown. So I think those 2 things kind of help water down the number we're involved in. And there's plenty of other things, but those 2 come to mind right away.
Pat, Tampa was outgained by Detroit by more than 2-1. Detroit dominated what looked like the stat sheet, and even the turnovers. Detroit had one more turnover. When I watched the game, I didn't feel like it was like that. I'm curious what Todd Bowles said. I know they were 1 of 7. Detroit was in the red zone. I know you talked to Todd yesterday. Just curious of his thoughts on his defense, because in watching the game, I thought they did a good job of making Jared Goff look confused. Until I saw the final numbers, I was a little stunned by them because the game didn't play out that way to my eyes watching it.
Yeah, so we talked last week in the matchup on Friday, and I said that Goff is going to throw the ball 45 times because that's what he did last year in the 2 games on average, 45 pass plays. He goes out in this game and throws 55 times and can't get a touchdown out of it. So Todd was Todd's understated, period, the way he handles himself. But he ended up playing that game, and he lost Vita Vea in the middle of it, which I think the 3 of us would say without Vita Vea, that defense doesn't work the same way. So, to me, if I'm Detroit, I'm not going to panic over that loss. There were too many good indicators of things they do well. Gibbs had over 100 yards of offense. They still have a tight end that can really score the other tight ends in the league if they want them to. They have 2 good receivers. They have a terrific offensive line. Hutchinson, what did he have? 4.5, 5 sacks?
Right.
They line up and play like that and eliminate a mistake or 2, and they'll be winning again. So I don't panic over that loss. Do I panic over some other loss? Yeah, I panic over Dallas. Where were they? And specifically, where's their run defense? San Francisco, where's your pass blocking? Baltimore, where's your run offense? Those are fundamental issues that they are a problem right now. But for me in Detroit, I'm okay with them.
How do you explain, Mark had the stat yesterday that there's no team in the league since 2015 that's blown more double-digit fourth-quarter leads than the Ravens. Now, on one hand, you got to be good enough to get the double-digit leads, and they've been very good. But, that's surprising. A team that can consistently run the ball, is well-coached, and seemingly consistently has a good defense. Those are the type of teams that never should blow a double-digit fourth-quarter lead.
That's correct. That you should be able to have the best 4-minute drill in football and just dissolve the clock right in front of your opponent. I have no answer for that yet, and that's something that's worth studying during the week and see if I can arrive. And I guarantee, when I get done with you guys, I'll be on with Coach Cower for over an hour, and he's going to want to talk about that. And I'll get some marching orders from him to reconvene at 2:30 this afternoon with some thought of why. I don't have the answer. Do you guys have an answer to that?
I have one theory, okay, that the passing game has not developed enough where, quite frankly, they'll face 8 in the box, they'll get stuffed on 1st and 2nd down, and now it's 3rd and 6, and that offense has not been able to consistently convert 3rd and 6 in the passing game when it needs to. That's the reason they don't win in January, in my opinion.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Randall Cunningham and others that just couldn't get to the postseason in big games. I will say this. I'm starting to look, when they fired their offensive coordinator when they were running the ball, who's now coordinating the Charger offense, and they're running right through people, Greg Roman. Now you've got a guy that basically is a passing guy. And they thought Lamar was ready for the next phase of his career. And Lamar is not ready because he's never going to be ready. He is what he is. I've said this on this show. Every time Lamar takes off and runs, it's one less time he read coverage. There's a lot of ways to look at it. He's exciting and all that business, but ultimately it's not going to get you to the end product. I don't know if that's why they fizzle out, because really fizzling out can be a defensive problem as much as an offensive. That's why I can't answer it, but it absolutely is worth asking. Now, speaking of those guys and the teams that are 0-2, and we all know the stats about their probabilities and making it, it's interesting to me. I would make this a poll question. I probably will do something. I don't steal your ideas with that, but if all the 0-2 teams, I said you can pick one that's going to come out of the muck and make it to the postseason. We have, I think, 9 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 9. So it's almost an 11% opportunity. One team by statistics should make it out. Which one?
Well, we played this game yesterday. We narrowed it down to the two obvious ones, Baltimore and Cincinnati. Mark's still picking both. If I had to pick one, I'd say Baltimore, in part because I picked them to win the Super Bowl.
Well, that's a darn good reason, David, but it holds
Who
no
would you
water.
pick, Matt?
Well, the problem, we all looked at that, Jim and I did, and I said this, but I made this comment, because they're in the same division, they could be, and they're in a division, they could really cannibalize themselves and not make it because of each other.
Exactly.
And then after that, I don't like any of them. And that's the problem, because I don't like the Giants, obviously Carolina. I don't like the Rams. They're beat up. Remember how excited we were in August that they might be the team?
Too many injuries.
They're
Both tackles, both wide receivers. They're in trouble.
Yep. Indy, I don't trust the quarterback. He's on my list of I don't think so quarterbacks. Tennessee, not with Levis. And Jacksonville, Trevor. Trevor's now 12 games under 500.
He's not won a game since
game losing.
Right. He hasn't won a game since Thanksgiving.
Nope. And he's a great kid. He's got a lot of talent. But how do you take a safety in that situation at the end of the game? What are you doing?
And they're facing at Buffalo, at Houston the next 2 weeks, staring 0-4 right in the face. More with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains next on Miller and Moulton. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
They did win 10 and 9 games the last 2 years. They weren't doing that with Urban, but there's no doubt he's not taking the next step.
I think the owner will, after that owner made that comment in the summer, this is the best team we've ever had. We're postseason and all that business. I think firing the GM won't be enough. I think this could be a wide open job. Hope not, like Doug. But the quarterback is, I don't know. Urban was fully blamed the first year. And there was a kind of immediate success or level of success, but it's not doing very well. What kind of coach is going to change? Is it a Belichick type? Is it a Pete Carroll type? You know,
well, I mean,
how do you make this guy better?
Well, this is interesting. I think Well, Con, look at what's going on in Los Angeles with the Chargers. I mean, look at what Harbaugh is doing to Herbert, saying, I know this is you didn't play this way in college, and you didn't play this way the first 3-4 years of your career. I don't know what to tell you. This is how we play. Get on board or get frustrated. And I think Herbert, year 5, is like, Coach, I'll do anything to win. And he's like, okay, then this is how we're going to play.
Get under center and play action. It's amazing what it does for a quarterback.
It sure is. And there'll be a game or two where they're going to have to abandon their philosophy and let him go because they're going to have to. But they're going to win a lot of games on their way to that position. And the question always becomes at the end, can you win a Super Bowl that way? The answer is no one knows, but he didn't.
You can come pretty damn close.
Yeah.
And then in theory, this is when you look at your quarterback and go, okay, I got you to the hump. I'll get us over.
Get me over. Yeah. Bill Cowher's famous words, a defense will get you to the playoffs, a quarterback will win you a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's no coincidence he didn't win one until he got Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he did all he could with the Cordell Stewarts and Tommy Maddoxes of the world, but, he needed a dude.
Yep.
You could argue defense in the running game still won him the first one, but Ben in the playoffs had 2, against the Colts and against the Broncos and even against the Bengals. I mean, Ben was awful in that Super Bowl. He was great in the 3 playoff games leading up to it, though.
He was. He really was. Well, to your theory, which is not a theory, it's a proven theory about how the Chargers are doing this. Look what the Packers did last Sunday with Malik Willis. I mean, Josh, they were rolling downhill in the first. I thought they were going to rush for 400 yards in that game. They were just blowing it up. So if you're disciplined and you actually have blocking talent, you can do some of the things. I mean, I never thought Green Bay with Malik was going to pull that off. And they only asked him to throw 14 times. Now, that's another Cowherism. Except the guy's not good, don't throw more than 20 times. And, man, you got to be we were laughing when they said he was working overtime to get ready. Hand off left, hand off right, hand off left. Not a lot of work involved.
Did you ask Jim on the show yesterday the story that the Packers center threw up on the ball? That's why Malik didn't throw it on that 1 3rd down. Did you ask Jim, did he ever have a center throw up or do anything else on a ball before?
No, we had one, though. Boomer running a 2-minute drill. Our guard, Dwayne, what was Dwayne's last name? Dwayne was a heavy play. He was a very good run blocker, but it was like play 5 of a 2-minute drill, and he turned and threw up on the ball from the guard position. And you know what? I asked Dwayne later, I said, was that a problem? Were you just sick? And he goes, I was trying to stop the damn drive. Dwayne, every Friday, if he was 3:30, he got $10,000, and he missed most of the time.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today Show. Pat joins us weekly, courtesy of Pinchers, and he does so on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Hey, our poll question, did Nick Sirianni actually make the right call and his players let him down, Pat, or should Nick have run the damn ball? 69% of our listenership says he should have run the damn ball. I am one of those as well. Mark's like, come on, the game's over. Catch the damn ball.
Hit him right in the hands. The game was over.
So where were you on that play call?
Well, I have a problem with throwing the ball, period, in that situation, because an incomplete pass, as we've spoke about many times, stops the clock. So that's why I would be running the ball in that situation. personally, because the clock is my friend and the field position is something I want to hold on to. And I would have run the ball. Now, I don't fear the play, but people that say things to me all the time, like, that's just an extension of the run game. Sure. In the middle of a game, that is what it is. It's an extension of the run game. It's not when the clock is a problem, because you're risking that stop of the clock, which I hate to see in that situation, and others like it.
And it's so big. I mean, Pat, we've talked about it, but the Falcons go 0-2. They're 2 back of the Saints and Bucks. The Eagles go 2-0. They take a 1-game lead over Dallas. I mean, we're going to look back on this week 17, and I think this game's going to be critical.
It is. But I think in this discussion about the end of the game, I think we're leaving out one thing. Okay, argue one way or the other about what they should have done. Now, the Falcons get the ball on their own 30-yard line. And guess what? There was no pass rush. There was no and we know the quarterback can't move. And they played soft. What do we call it? Prevent defense, right? Prevent from winning. That needs to be scrutinized next. Because what did they do to pressure Cousins? Nothing.
No, nothing.
Now, granted, it's 2 good offensive lines, but I believe the Falcons didn't have a sack, and the Eagles only had the 1. And that was when Atlanta was inside the 10 on a 3rd down, and they actually got to him. So there was not a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks in that game. How much of that is the defensive front for both teams, or how much of that is the fact that they went against upper echelon offenses? Is there a 2-0 team that you still like, they're off to a good start and I'm happy for them, but, I still don't believe in them?
Well, I might believe in them, but I don't believe in them to be a powerhouse throughout the season.
Oh, but I mean, even to make the playoffs, if you know what I mean. Teams can get off to 2-0, 3-0 starts and still find a way to go 8-9. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
In the NFC in particular, you got Minnesota, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Seattle. Any one of those in which you go, I'm still holding my bet.
Yeah, I'm holding my bet on Seattle. But going to beat New England, that should be a standard. That should be mandatory if you're going to be a playoff team. And they had their struggles. But the luck of the draw for them is that the Rams are falling apart, and it might open up an opportunity for them. But if you ask me who would I knock out right now as a 2-0 team that won't get there, them. I probably would do the same thing with Pittsburgh. You can't keep playing this way. These are the most boring wins with nothing going on. They haven't scored a touch. They have 1 touchdown? They have 1 touchdown in 2 games. Yep. They're trying to win with Fields. I would bet, and now some of the guys on the defensive line are older. So I would start to wonder, could they sustain this? You guys, and me included, kind of think either Baltimore or Cincinnati could get out of the mud here. They're not getting out of the mud if they lose to Pittsburgh. So I think Pittsburgh and the Seahawks would be 2 teams that I worry the most about. I would have put New Orleans in, except they went to Dallas and dropped another 30 before halftime. So, I mean,
what's going on with the Saints, Pat? I mean, I had them taking a step back this year. I was not the only one. A lot of people did. What's going on through 2 games? 91 points, 15 of 15's Carr on drives getting points. This is unprecedented.
It is. If you watch the end zone of the copy of this, and I'm sure you guys do, you see that the way they're opening up stuff for Alvin Kamara. Alvin went 26 games with 1 100-yard rushing game. And you would never know that watching him run the other day. And so when you watch it from the end zone, you start seeing the off-tackle stuff. There can't open in that hole, and he's running right through it. So as long as they have that piece, I don't really know if Carr can keep going like this. We know all too much about him if they start applying pressure to him. But Kamara is doing a great job. And so I kind of like what's going on there for them. Tampa Bay is the most underrated good team in the league.
What about the Chargers? Jim Harbaugh doing it again in a sense. When he took over San Francisco, they were a grease fire. He takes them to within a fumbled punt return of going to the Super Bowl his first year. The Chargers have had talent in the past, but they actually lost quite a bit of talent because of cap reasons. and he's got them playing a completely different brand of football right out of the gate, and they're 2-0.
Well, J.K. Dobbins, who was supposed to be a great player, but the injury history just put him into the basement. No one thought about him. No one trusted him. He's got him rolling along. If he can stay healthy behind their philosophy of how they block, and they always like to set up extra gaps. You see multiple tight ends, and it's almost like an unbalanced line running game, and I don't see everybody playing to it the right way. So, yeah, I think they'll hang around in it. I think they're going to have Herbert win a game or two, which is great. Because if you go back to the San Francisco stuff, Kaepernick had some games where it was a Kaepernick show. And so there's going to be a need for Justin. And I think Justin will be, as long as he doesn't get hurt handing off. I'm only kidding. He won't get hurt handing off. They'll be all right. Bosa got hurt. Like he got hit in the lower back with the second to last play on week 1. You can never count on him being around for 17 games, but if they can do those things, they could. And I'd say this, you probably agree with this part. I think Jim is a coaching advantage, like on the sideline on Sundays. I think the guy on the other side of the field is not as good as Jim many times. And Pete Carroll said it to me. Hardest coach he went against, Jim Harbaugh. And
is
so
that his playing experience? Is that his coaching demeanor? I mean, what do you give that to, Pat?
I definitely think it has something to do as a player and how he saw the game. And I think he was very highly influenced by his father. The guy has good fundamental logic to how to play football. And I think he's a pretty good motivator of guys. And I think he treats the pro guys just like college guys. And I think they like it. I don't know. This is a Parcellism. Shelf life. Jim might have a shelf life issue.
Well,
it might be a 5 or 6 year experience, and then it's over.
Well, by year 4, remember, he had gone to the NFC title game 3 straight years and won Super Bowl appearance, and the Niners couldn't light him on fire and get him out of town fast enough midway through year 4. So I agree with you. He may also have a college shelf life. He may be a 4 or 5 and done guy.
Yeah. And so is Parcells, if you really think about it. And he admitted it to me. He told me, the great ones have shelf life. And so the guy that lasts 13, 15 years, like John Harbaugh or Belichick and those guys, they're rare. Sometimes the owner's impulsive and fires him. But Jim might ride so hard that it's a 4 or 5 year deal.
All right, quickly, since we won't talk again till Friday. Patriots at Jets Thursday night. It would seem like a mismatch, except the Jets are going to be without their number 2 corner, their nickel corner. They have no edge pass rush. All right. Are the Jets vulnerable Thursday?
Sure they are, because the guys in New England know what they're not. That's the thing I say about them. Gerard Mayo knows what his team is not. He'll play it close to the vest. He'll run. And so far, the Jet defense that, those excuses they had, all these reasons we had a low number run defense, people still want to run against him. I think it'll be low scoring. And there's a number of Jet players like Mosley in that toe. You sure he's going to go? So Thursday night football, not a big fan of it. The Jets have 3 guys that are questionable because of Thursday. I'll take the Jets, though, 10-7. And you will not be up till the end of this one, David.
He'll join us again on Friday.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So if the Canes just go blow the doors off of USF, beat them the way they beat Florida, right from the word go, do you move them up even more?
Yeah. I mean, you can compare them to Alabama.
Right.
You know, I don't know that it matters, though. That's if you know what I mean, because
Well, Miami's got to win the ACC.
and if they do, obviously they're in, and they're a top 4 seed.
Right.
So it would maybe, then it starts to matter. We do the, do you rank them 1, 2, 3, or 4? But
Well, you rank them 3 because the Big 12 champs 4.
well, if they got a donut, though, do you rank them behind the SEC Big Ten champion just because they're the SEC Big Ten champ?
Well, that's kind of what I was implying.
I know you were. And I was just having you think about it.
The other thing that's interesting, and it has nothing to do with sports, is the amount of change that's inside this studio. I don't know if they leave all their change in here to get vending machine runs when they're board hopping, but there's a large amount of silver always, including this silver dollar that is sitting in front of me, and it's been here, for months, if not longer. And I can't believe that it's remained here. It's $1. I can't believe someone's not stolen the silver dollar.
Is it our buddy Rick who's leaving the change?
It could be. Could be Chris. I don't know. Because they don't have a whole lot of board hopping anymore because a lot of it's automated.
Right.
What year has it got to be, Adam? Well, this is a bicentennial one, too. I might put $1 up there and take it with me.
Irish football, I think there's only one team that will be the quote favorite. I don't think they'll be a favorite in the American League. I do think the Phillies will be considered the favorite in the National League. Tell you what, Dodgers getting the pitching they've got in the last 2 nights.
Irish football, a one-loss CU, that is the most laughable thing in the world, first of all. Secondly, no, they wouldn't. Miami would be ranked higher than them, even if they have one loss. The ACC is considered better than the Big 12.
Don't think it is, by the way, but
not as deep.
No, Irish football, as a matter of fact, if anything, I feel worse about CU.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, till the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Broadcasting live from the Floormeister studio. Floormeisters, next to Costco in Naples. Floormeisters keeping it real. So we've been talking about how, man, do we have a lot of field goals so far this NFL season. And we have only 69 passing touchdowns through 2 weeks. Last year at this time, we had 86. The year before that, we had 105. All right. This is the Miller and Moulton, and you can take your name off this. Crazy idea of the day, which probably could have its own sounder. The Miller and Moulton crazy idea of the day.
Hang on. No, that doesn't work.
Are field goals worth too much?
No, but they could narrow the goalpost a little bit.
They've done it twice in the last 10 years. I don't know how much more narrow they're going to make them. I don't think it's going to be like the outside area on the Australia rules football. I don't think the goalposts are getting more narrow than this. I don't. Could be wrong, but people I've talked to said, no, we're going to keep this. So I'm just wondering if you want more going for it on fourth down, if you want more passing touchdowns, do you have to make, should 3 field goals outweigh a touchdown?
I have no problem with the 3 points for a field goal. I have always thought a safety should be worth more. I think a safety is much tougher to get than a field goal. I think a safety should be worth 4 points. I really do.
I like it.
So that's my counter to they're so infrequent anyhow.
They are. Just wondering if that's something. Now, listen, it wouldn't pass, not for a while. But you're on the committee. I bring it before the committee. All right. You're Rich McKay. You're the guy who shoots everything down. When I say, we got way too many field goals. All right. How about this? How about if we reduce the value of it? Okay. So that we'll have less settling for field goals. Because, it struck me last night. There were 2 things in play last night in the final minute 40 of the game. That, when the Eagles were kicking off to the Falcons, if you just pound it through the end zone like you have all night, you're giving them the ball at the 30. It's pretty decent field position. So then the Falcons go to 70 yards in 6 plays. Okay, fine. 34 seconds, I think, remained in the game for the Eagles. Well, and I said it to Troy. I go, do you risk kicking it high to the 5? Now, they could fair catch it, but you probably can tackle them at the 28, and it takes an additional 4, 5, 6 seconds off the clock. But yes, you run the risk that they can take it much further. And I believe the Falcons did it one time, and the Eagles returned it to the 34. But then also when they pounded it through the end zone, well, the Eagles kicker's career long 61, and even if you take a few yards off that, all the Eagles had to do with 2 timeouts was gain 30 yards in 34 seconds. They're at the 40. That's a 58-yard field goal. He can make that. And it just made me realize, wow, it's going to be a lot harder to seal these end-of-the-game wins between touchback at the 30 and how long these suckers can kick it.
I really thought the Eagles were going to win after the Falcons scored. I did, David. I'm watching that game going, they're going to be able to move this with, like you just said, with 61 yard being as long, they're at the 30-yard line. How far do they have to get? And neither team had a pass rush the entire game. I was surprised when Hurts threw the interception. I was.
So he throws the 13-yard completion over the middle of the field. They burn the timeout. And now there's 26, 27, 28 seconds left, whatever it was. And you're like, well, and I literally said to Troy, don't laugh. It's a 75-yard field goal from here. And I do that to let him then realize, well, damn, they only need 15 more yards. Okay. And that's when he said, Joe, career long 61, they only need about 15 more yards. And you realize, well, they got 24, 26 seconds left in a timeout. This is not that big of an ask here. So I don't know. To me, when the Eagles were kicking off with a minute, and I think it was a minute 42 when they snapped the field goal. So I think it was a minute 38 left in the game when they kicked off. I could be wrong. But that's what I thought it was. And I'm thinking it's too much time. You can't do anything cute to try to burn a few seconds here. I know the Falcons don't have any timeouts, but they're going to have plenty of time to go the 70, 75, 80 yards, whatever it is you're going to do. But it was interesting that neither team, with the new kickoff rules, Mark, tried to alter their final kickoff, if you will.
Well, and the one thing that's out of the game now, because it has to land in the landing area, is the squib kick.
Correct.
Whether it's the end of the half, the end of the game, when you can just rifle one down there that's going to bounce around and going to force the team to field the ball.
Because the risk, if you kick one of those lone line drives and it lands before the 20, I believe the receiving team gets the ball at the 40. So that's why, now if you can kick a, Tiger Woods Stinger 2 iron off the tee and hit one of those low line drives that lands at the 5 or 10, okay, all right, that's fine. Because if you can bounce it in the zone and go through the end zone, they get the ball at the 20. But that's the risk you take of trying to kick it off that way.
Speaking of Tiger, he had another surgery. He seems to just have those for fun.
He did. He said, but I'll be good to go. Shouldn't have any more pain. I will say he kept it to himself this year. He wasn't looking for any sympathy or anything like that. He kept it to himself, and I guess was struggling more physically than we were led to believe, and had to have another surgery. He'll be 49 when he tees it up next. Because I don't think he's going to tee it up in December with Charlie. So next time he tees it up, February, March, whatever it's going to be, he'll be 49.
If he tees it up again, period.
Oh, he'll tee it up again. He will. He still thinks he can win. He's in denial. He still thinks he can win. He can just get it right. Come on, Mark. Phil won the PGA a month shy of 51. You really think Tiger's not going to keep trying? You don't think Tiger wants to be the oldest guy to ever win a major? Phil has the record. Phil!
Which wasn't so bad a couple of years ago, but now it's even more of a thorn in Tiger's side.
Right. He still was going to try to break that record 3 years ago. Okay, but now you got to be kidding me. There's no way he stops before he turns 51. No way. If for that reason alone.
Our poll question today has to do with last night's Monday Night Football game. Do you agree with Nick Sirianni's decision to pass with, 142 remaining, or should he have run the ball to keep the clock moving? Catch the damn ball is getting 31% of the vote. Run the damn ball is getting 69% of the vote. The voters are on your side, David. They want to run the clock down. I had no problem with the play. Catch the ball.
I was very surprised they threw the ball. Cleveland threw the ball late against Jacksonville, too. They could have run more time off the clock there. Now, the way Trevor and the boys are playing offense, I don't know how much of a gamble it was, but that's Kevin Stefanski, Mr. Run, Play Action Kevin Stefanski. Actually put the ball in Deshaun Watson's hands late. What in the world?
Which is scary in its own right.
Right.
Every time he throws the ball, it makes you nervous.
So, but yeah, I also, with the way the Eagles were running the ball, I didn't think there was a guarantee that, yeah, sure, there's stuff in the box and what have you. That's all right. They can't stop you. Make them stop you. I really thought the big decision was going to be they were going to gain 2 yards on 3rd and 3. And the big decision was, is he going to roll the dice with a minute to go to try to gain the yard to ice the game? But if he doesn't, then Atlanta only needs a field goal to tie. And they've got a really good kicker also who can boot it 60 yards.
Belichick told a great story about that kicker last night, that he had him on the practice squad when Gostkowski got hurt. And it took him about 3 years to get established in the league before Atlanta signed him after he'd signed with a team and got cut, ended up on the Patriots practice squad, and the Falcons ended up signing him from there. And now he's still with Atlanta. I didn't realize he was on the Patriots practice squad.
He's good. There's a lot of good kickers.
Yes, there are.
I mean, Tucker's no longer the best kicker in the league.
No.
Well, 2 years ago he still was.
I understand that.
But he ain't anymore. No.
Probably the guy in Kansas City.
I'd agree with that. Right now, if you had one kick to win a game, Butker would probably be the guy. But there's a lot of good ones. And seemingly they can all make it from 60 also. You think about it, you cross midfield at 67 yards. I mean, it's not much more than crossing midfield now. And you can get points. I mean, what was that stat that Pat just threw out there? 50-plus yard field goals. They're 35 of 39. Damn. That's just under 90% from 50-plus.
It's one of the great things of the season, though, because much like the dynamic new kickoff, when we get into December, it becomes a little more difficult with the wind and the elements. We are still dealing with September. And yes, I know some of them play in domes and they have the inside to take care of that. But the elements find a way to rear their ugly head when it comes to the kicking game. And that doesn't happen until much later in the season.
So I thought that the new kickoff rules kind of sort of came into play last night. Even though neither team just said, no, just pound the sucker through the end zone. Give it to him on the 30. Coach, the 30, it's pretty good. Give it to him on the 30. I really thought Atlanta might try something. When you got 34 seconds left in the game, or 38, I think it was 34. When you have 34 seconds left in the game, 6 seconds is a lot of time. And the difference of them starting at the 30 versus starting at the 24, I don't know. But then again, our poll question is risk reward. And clearly Raheem Morris was like, yeah, it's not worth it to me.
And the special team coach is in his ear going, we can pin him. We can pin him, coach.
Come on. I got to play.
I've told you all week, we can pin him.
Yep. And he's like, listen, we tried it one time. He returned it to the 34. No chance.
You're done.
No chance.
Until next week.
Pound that sucker. By the way, did you see this is how good the kickers are? extra point got pushed back to 48 yards. And he basically went after the 48-yard extra point like a golfer would take a three-quarter swing. Like, I don't want to jump on this 7-iron. I'm just going to play it a little back in my stance, hit a little three-quarter 7 to the middle of the green. I'm going to two-putt for my par and get out of here. He didn't even go after that. He just kind of 80%, boop, hit it about 52, 53 yards.
Right center cut.
Right, yeah. There was no doubt he was going to put it on the center of the green for make par. But, I mean, that's how good they are now.
Yeah.
It's unreal. That's why, I don't know. 3 points, is it too many?
You're going to take it to 2?
Yeah, or it's 2 if it's inside 50. How about that? It's only 3 points if it's 50 plus.
I like your baseball changing the batting order rule a lot more.
Okay. Just the Miller and Moulton crazy idea of the day.
Kickers are people too, David.
I just had one text me in which he said, I love all the kicker talk. Not anti-kicker, Brandon. Just, come on, I want more touchdowns.
Are you sure you're not anti-kicker?
I'm not anti-kicker. With as conservative as I am, I got no problem playing for the field goal.
I mean, you're the guy that wants every possession to lead to a field goal and see how many games you win.
Totally. You got 10 to 12 possessions a game. You kick a field goal every one. That's 30, 36 points. How many games you going to lose? All right. Lake City, Charlotte County. We'll talk tomorrow. Diamond District bonus hours next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Did they hold Nebraska to 0 points in the second half, or Nebraska quit trying? Because Colorado couldn't score. If they win 6, I'll be impressed. 6. As far as 10, name the bet, Irish football. Name the bet. I think both of you should have a 1-week Twitch room suspension for how much you talk about Colorado football in there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. You may have already missed, if you're just joining us now, you may have already missed David Samson. You may have missed Matt Baker. You may have missed Pat Kirwan. That's where you go to millerandmoulton.com and download what it is that you miss. Got a hell of a show lined up tomorrow. Our weekly visit with the folks from Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins. Anything going on in Dolphins world worthy of talking about with Chris since we last spoke? Listen, it's going to be fine. They picked up Tyler Huntley off the Ravens practice squad. It's going to be fine.
We have the belief that Tua's playing again and playing soon. I mean, that we talked about that yesterday, David.
Right. They also said they're not putting him on IR. They're right now not even willing to acknowledge he's going to miss the next 4 games. Now, are they in denial? Is this for other reasons that we can't quite figure out? Who knows? Are they giving Tua and the doctors a chance to determine what the situation is, and then they will react accordingly? I guess we'll see. But
I do think there are a lot of us that have all of a sudden put an MD next to our name when it comes to Tua, that we seem to know more than the Dolphins, their medical staff, and anyone else. I do find that interesting of how many people are calling for him to retire. I know we know more about concussions than we did, but they've also still said that there is no number. There's no magic number of concussions.
What I find most interesting is, listen, Tua is a polarizing guy before he got concussed 5 days ago. But to the people, and we've always been in Tua's camp. We've always thought Dolphins aren't going to do any better. Okay. And he's arguably the third best quarterback they've ever had. Okay. So, go all in with him because it took you 20 years just to get to him. And are you really going to do better? No. So go all in. That was our thinking with Tua, which may prove out to be wrong, foolish. But Mark, and because you've got the text line in front of you, 21,000 keyword Miller if you haven't, done so in the last 7 weeks. And I have the Twitch chat room always in front of me. Those that said you guys are wrong, this offseason, when the debate was, should the Dolphins pay him? And then when they did pay him, the people who said almost to a person that the Dolphins made a mistake only cited his ability as a quarterback. That the one healthy season in 2023, 17 starts, that was enough for them. Nobody, Mark, I don't recall a single comment in the Twitch chat room from somebody saying, come on, man, he's still got the concussion history. That's why they shouldn't pay him. This is foolish. They just said he wasn't good enough. Try to do better.
Can't beat good teams. Doesn't play his best football when he's playing against the best teams. Therefore, you shouldn't pay him. David, you're 100% accurate in your assessment of our listenership when it comes to their thoughts on Tua. Most of the people that are anti-Tua just don't think he can play. It was never a concussion issue.
Right. Now, it may have been a year ago, but the one healthy season took that off the table for even the Tua doubters. And the folks that, said, you guys are wrong about this, I'm telling you. So that's why in the last 5 days that those that are now saying, I told you concussions. It's like, no, actually, I read every one of your comments. No, you haven't said squat for a year. No, you haven't. Okay. You just think he's not good enough. Some of you think he sucks.
There's a lot of you that thought that.
Right. Gentlemen in the Twitch chat room right now, guys, he sucks, point blank, period. Okay. That's, so that's the only thing I'm saying. That, come on now, even you guys who are anti-Tua, the whole offseason, you didn't bring up the concussion point. So, the one thing I will say also, we forget, and he was in the news yesterday because he re-signed with the Penguins. Sidney Crosby suffered multiple concussions in a 2-3 year span. Sidney Crosby missed a good chunk of 2 seasons because of concussions, Mark. We were worried about his career 10, 12 years ago. Very worried that he was going to be done. And he's obviously played 10, 12 years since at a very high level. Won a couple cups, in fact. So,
and is still playing at a ridiculously high level.
You and I are hockey guys. You go Pat LaFontaine. There have been others who had quite the concussion history. And then actually they got it figured out somehow, some way. Okay. And they were then able to play for years. But yeah, for 2-3 years, this is a problem. So, we'll see what happens. The one thing I will say, listen, all these contracts are covered by insurance. Okay. None of us are going to, feel badly for Stephen Ross if Tua has to retire and he's got to pay him $150 million. We're not going to feel badly for him.
No, we'll feel badly for the Dolphins of what happens to their cap, and we'll feel badly for Tua because he can't play, but we won't feel badly for the owner.
Now, this is where I say I think it is entirely unfair, and not just in football. I think it's unfair in hockey and basketball also. Yeah, you sign somebody to a 5-year guaranteed contract. Come on now. We all know it's guaranteed based on performance. Now, in football, you do have the injury factor. I don't think, Mark, if I sign you to a long-term deal for big money and you are forced to retire because of injury, that's a monetary thing between you, me, and the insurance company. I don't think it should count against a team's cap. It's injury.
But if a player just up and retires,
that's a different story.
That should count then.
Well, I think maybe there's a 1-year penalty, but I'm not actually. What more I think about it, no. Why should the team get penalized for this? Sign you to a 5-year deal. You go 2 years into it and you decide, I got to be honest with you, I'm done. Well, then why shouldn't the team be able to take your salary and wipe it off the books? Okay. And I can't play anymore. I got hurt. It's one thing if I still got to pay you. That's a players association league negotiation. But why should the Dolphins be penalized, which from what we're reading, they will be going forward to a very large number?
Yeah, if Tua has to retire, if Tua has to retire because of these concussions, this is a 3-year setback for the Miami Dolphins.
I don't see why any organization, forget, this is not a Dolphins thing.
No, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. It's one thing, you, me, the Players Association, insurance companies, that to me should be totally separate from why should the organization be screwed because a guy got that seriously hurt that he can't play anymore. That seems harsh to me.
Very harsh. I mean, you are penalizing an organization for a player being hurt. Think about what this could do to the Dolphins, David.
Oh,
we talk about the Denver Broncos this year and having to take a choice that they made to get rid of Russell Wilson and how it affected them just this year and the number of players they had to cut to be camp compliant. The Dolphins will have to do that for a minimum of 3 years. That's if they can get lucky with a rookie quarterback. So I'm actually with you on this, but I don't think it'll change. It's probably something we should ask. That's a good question for Pat in the offseason. We'll have to remember that. 21,000 is the text line. A couple of people, I did like when we were talking about the kick. Someone asked, could you line up like an onside kick and then squib it? No, if you line up for an onside kick, you have to onside kick. Those are the new rules. But I like where your brain's at with that one.
But big win for Atlanta, keeps them in it in the NFC South. I mean, man, there would have been 2 games behind not just one, but 2 teams with the Chiefs coming to town. And that noise that you heard came from Dallas. Whew. Thank you, Atlanta, because they'd be a game behind the Eagles, and they got Baltimore coming to town. I believe also with Philly losing, it prevented us from having a third battle of unbeatens, Mark, next week. I think we only have 2 battle of 2-0 teams next week. We have the Chargers at the Steelers, the Texans at the Vikings, and I don't know if we have any other. No, we don't. We just have week 3. We only got 2 battle of the unbeatens. 9, 14, and 9. 9 2-0s, 14 1-1s, 9 0-2s. That's where we are in the NFL 2 weeks in. So
I don't think, and I looked at it quickly, do we have any 0-2 versus 0-2 games?
And
scan it quickly. I don't know if we do.
I don't think so. No. Nope. We don't even have that.
But we have some 0-2 teams that are desperate, like Baltimore and Dallas, with Baltimore trying to figure out how to get that first victory.
The Jags on Monday night will be about 6-point dogs against the unbeaten Bills, staring 0-3 in the face. I mean, the Rams season, 49ers come to town coming off a loss. Although the 49ers will come to town with no Debo and no McCaffrey. But
It's still a home game for the Niners, though.
It is. No, they'll have
In LA.
they'll have 60+% of that crowd. And I don't know if the Rams are healthy enough to beat anybody. But, Carolina going to the Raiders. Yeah, we've already written off the Panthers. Ravens going to Dallas at 0-2. The Bengals are 0-2, but they host the Commanders. So, they're already 8-point favorites. So you're thinking they can get off the schneid here. You like the Colts at home against the Bears? To avoid going 0-3?
I have no idea about the Colts. None
How
whatsoever.
How about Malik Willis going into Nashville to face his old team, Packers Titans?
Revenge game.
I can't believe you said that with a straight face.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, I'm guessing the answer to this is no, but I don't know the answer. So someone asked, can the Dolphins restructure the deal, pay him $10 million for the next 15 years?
I don't believe so. I guess the Dolphins are, from a cap standpoint, this year and 2 more with the Tua deal. You know, if they cut him after 2025, he would count 47 million against the cap, dead cap hit in 2026. But the funny thing is that his cap hit now is scheduled to be like 56 million. So but just like the Browns, really, it's going to be very difficult to walk away from Watson before 2027. You know, the Dolphins can walk away from Tua before 2026, but still he'd count damn near 50 million against the cap in doing so. Irish football, my guess is if that call was made, it will have been made in the last few days. And I don't think that they would do it before he's placed on season-ending IR.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mark, before you get to in 15 minutes, your good, bad, and ugly, what's on tap today was the day when. And I know you got something to say coming up. Our poll question is right now a 70-30 divide. Do you agree with Nick Sirianni's decision to pass with 1:42 remaining, or should he have run the ball to keep the clock moving? 30% of you say catch the damn ball. The call was fine. 70% of you say run the damn ball. The call was not fine. Logic Man in our Twitch chat room says, Dear Nick, after the way last year ended, you need to just win some football games. Stop getting so damn cute. Signed, a frustrated Eagles fan.
I wonder what that person would say had Barkley just caught the ball the way he was supposed to, ran for the first down, and the game's over.
Would he have still thought it was the wrong play is
right.
Basically what you're getting at.
I'm just curious. How much does the outcome have to? I mean, if we would have asked the question, had he caught the ball, because you would have still said run it. No matter what happened, you were, before the play, run it.
Yes, I still thought they could run it twice and convert the 3 yards, but I'm certainly playing the percentages in that case. And I'm worst case scenario, kicking the field goal and giving Kirk Cousins about 56 seconds with no timeouts to go the 70 yards. Now, as it turned out, he only needed a few seconds more than that. I mean, he might have still beat the Eagles, if you know what I mean. But, yes, I'm going to run the damn ball, kick the damn ball, punt the damn ball. You know me. I'm pretty conservative at the end, unless I'm the underdog. And then the whole, if you get one play from the 1 or one play from the 2 to win the game, you know, kind of like I said this yesterday, the Georgia-Kentucky game. Kentucky plays Georgia down to the final 4 minutes. They're down a point. They got 4th and 8 at like they're over midfield. They're at like the 45-yard line or something like that. But it's 4th and 8. It's too far to kick a field goal. And Stoops punted. You know, we're going to play that game. And at that moment, I would have said, hey, we're going to have to make a play on offense to win this game. This might be my best shot, because if I make this play, we're in long field goal range. And now the pressure shifts to Georgia. So I would have gone for it if I was Kentucky in that situation. He, continued to long play it, and Georgia got the one key first down and pretty much iced the game.
No, I just wanted to apologize coming back on the air because I left a button on, and a little bit of our talking went over the air. Fortunately, we didn't say anything inappropriate, and David and I are pretty good during the commercial breaks of not saying anything inappropriate, just in case the producer, in that case me, screws up. And I was having a hell of a day. I believe for the first time ever, from a production standpoint, I was throwing a perfect game. I had 3 hours of the podcast already posted. Wow. We had a poll question up early in the show today. We got the show rundown posted before the show. A lot of things happened that were on a positive trend for me and for us. And I blew it during that last break.
Well, I mean, is that like the young pitcher who's given up, he's taken 2 no-nos to the 9th in the last month before giving up the hit? I mean, that's still pretty good.
It's a good game. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to get the win. I feel comfortable that we'll get this sucker into the barn, but it could have been special. And instead, it's just average.
1-hit shutout's a little better than that. It's basically what you're throwing today, a 1-hit shutout. It's pretty good.
Once in a while.
So, a little behind the scenes last night. The game's going on. It's a close game throughout. And I give like a fist bump late third quarter. I react to something on my phone. Yes. All right. And Troy goes, what's going on over there? And I go,
oh boy.
I go, Mets won in extras. Braves are getting bombed. They're going to be 1 up for the wild card with 12 to play. And he looked at me like, do I need to make a change? Really?
Well, I will say, when I got the show rundown and I thought you were still, this is where it hit me that YouTube TV is on a much longer delay than the game, than when you're watching it live. When you're streaming a game, it's a little bit delayed. Because I got the show rundown from you, and I could have swore there was a play still going on, but I think you sent it during the 2-minute warning.
I did. I sent it during the 2-minute warning, yes.
And I'm like, what the hell is he doing? Don't you have? It's a close game, for crying out loud. I'm really into this right now. Why are you bothering me with what we have to talk about tomorrow at 6 a.m.?
So they bring Kelsey to the booth last night. Ends up staying for a quarter and a half, which was not the intent, but the drives wouldn't end. He stayed for, can I just stay for one more drive? Yeah, okay. Well, it ends up being a 9+ minute Eagles drive. But, while they got Kelsey up in the booth, I mean, Troy really going to listen to anything that I'm saying? So I told them, they start the 3-shot and what have you, and they go back to the game. And I literally say in Troy's ear, I go, I'm going to go get a sandwich. All right. And he just looks over at me and I go, like, you're going to listen to a word I'm saying for the next half hour. Okay. And he looked at me like, I am. Don't you go anywhere. Oh, okay.
It's a security blanket. You're his tight end, David.
Just, is that what I am?
You are his tight end.
I'm Mark Andrews, 3rd and 5 over the middle. Is that it?
That's it.
He did, for the record. CBS had Notre Dame Purdue Saturday. The final was 66-7. It's 35-0 with about 4 minutes to go in the first half. And Troy texts and says, you can go home now. And I text and go, well, actually, I'm the designated driver back to the airport after the game. It's an hour drive. And then a moment later, Notre Dame scores again. They rip off like the 70-yard touchdown run when they're just trying to run out the half, and it's 42-0. Troy sends a text and says, tell him to get an Uber.
He was right. Are we even going to pay attention to Notre Dame until they play USC?
I think so, because in a couple of weeks, I think they got Louisville. All right. And that's a solid team with a pulse. So I think we'll pay attention to that game. And when they play Georgia Tech at Mercedes-Benz, I think we'll pay attention to that game also because, Georgia Tech at least brings a little something to the table. But unless Florida State turns it around here, that's probably their two toughest tests before USC.
Right. And Georgia Tech just lost to Syracuse.
I understand.
No,
I know.
These are the tests on there. I'm not arguing your points. I'm just saying we've set the bar pretty low because of the schedule that Notre Dame has upcoming.
But then again, we didn't think Kentucky was going to take Georgia to the end either. I mean, I'm talking about two teams that at least have shown something this year, that they're capable of doing something. So I think, and quite frankly, Mark, with all the injuries that they have on their offensive line, they are really thin up front. One more key injury up front, they could be in trouble. This 9-game winning streak that they're supposedly one game into could easily not happen with another injury.
So they're without a tackle, a guard, and their center right now?
Yeah. The tackle at least got hurt before game one.
Right.
Right. He was the prized freshman recruit. So they're playing another freshman. And yeah. And then their center and their right guard are hurt. Right. And they lost their edge rusher also in the Purdue game. Knee injury. He's out for the year. So
tall order for the Irish, even though the schedule is not that difficult between now and USC. Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap. It's how we finish things off today and every day right here on Miller and Moulton.
Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking on this Tuesday. Tomorrow, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins, along with the folks from Pro Football Network, as we get over the hump with another jam-packed show. Don't forget our poll question, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. So should Nick Sirianni have run the ball with 1:42 to go, or no, he called the right play. Saquon just needs to catch the damn ball. So far, 7 and 10 of you say he should have run the damn ball. Vote accordingly. We'd appreciate it.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1787, we start. Some delegates signed this pretty important piece of paper. It's called the U.S. Constitution. Yeah. 1873, 19 students attend the opening class at Ohio State University. It doesn't say the. I don't think they were the yet, David.
Definitely not.
1920, the NFL is born in Canton, Ohio. 12 teams pay $100 each to join the American Professional Football Association, which was renamed the NFL in 1922. Stan Musial makes his major league debut today in 41. He goes 2 for 4. We first saw the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote today in 1949. Love me some Wile E. Coyote. Lord of the Flies was published today in 1954. Jack won the U.S. Amateur in 59. For Your Mom, David, Baby Love, released by the Supremes today in 1964, their second consecutive #1 record. You had television choices today. I don't know if these were back-to-back. I don't know if they were on different networks. I don't know if they were competing. But if you were a rock music fan today in 67, on the Ed Sullivan Show, the Doors appeared for the first and last time. They did Light My Fire. They were supposed to change the lyric. They didn't. In fact, Jim Morrison sang it right into the camera. But The Who made their U.S. television debut that same day, performing My Generation on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour when they detonated Keith Moon's drum kit. David, today in 1972 on CBS, MASH makes its debut.
You know, I heard that show did well.
It did all right. It'd run for a while. 1978, Sadat, Begin, and Jimmy Carter signed the Camp David Accords.
By the way, they have kept the peace for 46 years. I mean, as time goes by, that's a bigger deal than even we thought at the time. I mean, Sadat got killed over it 3 years later. I mean, you know, a lot of people were unhappy with the whole Egypt-Israel making peace thing.
1982, Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers is first released. I think it still stands up.
I love the fact also they were not the Destroyers. They were the Delaware Destroyers.
That's why I said it that way. It says George Thorogood and the Destroyers. No. They were the Delaware Destroyers.
Thank you. Give them their proper due.
And today in 2000, Dan Marino's number 13 is retired by the Miami Dolphins. Hank Williams, George Blanda, John Ritter, all born today. Phil Jackson, 79. Alex Ovechkin is 39. And Patrick Mahomes is 29. What did I miss, David?
Any, by the way, doubts that Ovi will pass Gretzky? Because he ain't going to do it next year. He's going to need at least another season beyond that.
Well, I think Leonis has made his mind up that he wants Ovechkin to break the record as a Capital there. So I think he will.
So you think they'll just hold on to him until he breaks the record?
He can play the half wall until he's 45 on the power play. You kidding me?
Well, that's true. I mean, he should be able to get 20 a year if he does that. I mean, it's kind of like Corso with game day now. just bring him out at the end. It's the same with Ovechkin. He could sit there. Oh, we get 5 power plays. I get 10 minutes. Okay, I can do that. No, I don't really have anything. I mean, Vanessa Williams, first, Miss Black, first Black Miss USA, today in '83. But no, not much.
I jumped you there. I'm sorry. There was nothing coming, so I just hit the button.
That's fine.
I'll hit it again.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Utah, where Utah firefighters rescued a dog from an apartment blaze. They gave the animal life-saving CPR to save the dog.
Wow.
Yeah. For the bad, we go to the gritty streets of Estero, where, according to Crime Stoppers, 3 women made their way into a Publix liquor store on Friday the 13th and stole $900, mostly of tequila. A little Casa Amigos, a little Don Julio, and a little 1800 were taken along with some Remy Martin. You can help out Crime Stoppers if you know the 3 who did the thieving. Finally, the ugly. We go to Brazil, where during the mayoral race in São Paulo, the biggest city in Brazil, well, a candidate was treated and released from the hospital after one of his 5 rivals in the television debate slammed him with a metal chair following references to allegations of sexual misconduct. You see, one politician accused the other of not being so kind to some coworkers and then threatened him. And the other candidate took a metal chair and went WWE during the televised debate. Wow. That's what I want to see during the debate. Now I'll tune in. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. They are signing new officers with a $10,000 signing bonus. capecops.com, your place to get more information.
5 WNBA games tonight, none of them involving Caitlin and the Fever. So my guess is that most of you have no interest. Full baseball slate. Both the Marlins and Rays are home. I think they're both beginning their final homestands of the year. Marlins need to finish strong to avoid losing 100. I don't know if they can do it. They got to go 8-4 in their last 12. And they're hosting the Dodgers. Marlins can play a role in this sucker, though, because I believe they've got the Dodgers and the Braves, if my memory serves me correctly. Yes. So, the Marlins can play spoilers here in their final homestand. Begin a 3-gamer with the Dodgers tonight. Rays just 2 games behind the Red Sox, battling for 3rd in the AL East because the Red Sox have fallen all the way to 500. Those games take place at 640, 650. Mets, a game ahead of the Braves. They continue their series at home against the Nats. Braves head on the road. Their last road trip of the year, Mark. They go to Cincy and Miami. Got to get it done. Twins and Guardians continue their series. Tigers and Royals. Detroit just a game and a half behind the Twins, 2 in the loss column. Minnesota owns the tiebreaker, however. Interesting series, Phillies Brewers in Milwaukee. Could this be an NLCS preview? Don't laugh.
To me, the big game, though, is going on out west, David. Can the White Sox make it 4 in a row?
They have 11 games left. They've won 36, and that's with a 3-game winning streak. I'm curious, what do you consider? See, the Mets in 62 only played 160 games. They got 2 games canceled that weren't made up. So they finished 40 and won 20. I think from a percentage standpoint, if the White Sox win 4 more games, they will lose more games than the Mets. If they go 4-7, they'll have a worse winning percentage than the 62 Mets. I think they'll be regarded as the worst team of all time. If they go 41-121, their winning percentage will be a tick better. They will have won 1 more game than those Mets. I don't think they'll have the distinction. Yes, they will have lost more games, but if we did the standings, I don't think they'd be behind the Mets.
I mean, I'm hoping they win 39 in the season. Come on. I don't care about the White Sox one way or another. What they do does not affect my life, but I don't want to see them come up just short. If you're going to play this bad all year, let's get this sucker in the barn and finish with the worst record in the history of the sport.
Fair enough. Hey, do you know what's going on this weekend? Talking about games. There's NHL preseason this weekend. Wow. You and I are hockey guys. I'm not ready for this.
I'm not either. Starting earlier and earlier.
Oh, come on, boys. I mean, this is a little early, isn't it? Man.
I got roped into a fantasy hockey league from an old friend. He reached out and says, "We lost a guy. Are you in?" And I said yes on a whim. So I've got a fantasy hockey draft to prepare for, David.
You're going to cheat with your son, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Is he going to give you his, quote, knowledge because he's still angry at you that you use Dr. Roto in your fantasy football league and he doesn't have access to Dr. Roto?
Well, the doc steered me wrong, and I listened to Doc week 1. His choices for me ended up costing me. That's on me. I set the lineup. Last week, I had too many guys banged up, and I'm off to an 0-2 start. So I think he'll help out just because he thinks I'm already out of it. I've got everybody set up right where they want him. It's time to get Kirk Cousins on the waiver wire and start this train of moving.
So 2 weeks of the NFL in the books. College football season's the regular season's already a quarter of the way over for most everybody. But this is a big, sexy week. We got some meat on the bone. Okay, we got some, conference teams going after each other. Okay, we should be pretty much done with the non-conference play. Let's go. Let's get this party started.
And there's a pretty good game Friday night. Illinois and Nebraska.
Yeah, both unbeaten. Yeah. Fox is all in on this Friday night college football thing. I mean, they're putting Brando on it. I think they're giving him the series, and they're all in on it. Be curious whether or not we are all in on it. Will we be watching it? It'll be mostly Big 10, a little Big 12. Will we be all in on it?
I think it'll work from this standpoint. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, David. If Illinois and Nebraska is in the midst of all of the other games going on, I don't know how many eyeballs it gets.
Agreed.
But Friday night standalone, it should do an okay number, and people will gravitate towards a good game if the game proves to be worthy of being called a good game.
Just throwing this out there, have you heard about the whole Ole Miss Wake Forest scheduling snafu?
Yes.
Wake Forest bailed on the home and home, and they got Ole Miss at home this past weekend. They bailed on the return trip to Oxford for next year. And Lane Kiffin's really griping about this, going, this is Bush League. And not only that, it's less than a year's notice. Scheduling in college football is so hard. How are we going to get a Power 4 opponent on this short notice? I'm just wondering, since Ole Miss is in a bind, if you're South Florida, and I know they're not Power 4, but they're getting there, and they will be there soon, okay, or UCF, do you take advantage of this opening and say, hey, We'll cancel the game and pay the price, and we'll play you in Oxford, but you got an opening like 2 years down the road. You got to return the favor. We'll bail you out, but a little something for the effort.
Would you
know
give
what I
a
mean?
2-for-1?
Absolutely, I would.
Because I think they'd want a second home game because they already lost the
Right.
home game with Wake Forest, essentially.
Right.
So I like where your head's at, but I would, if I'm Ole Miss, I'm going to say, we'll do that, but you're coming here twice.
Okay. So just see whether or not anybody steps to the mat for Ole Miss there. Hey, have a great rest of your day and a hump day, Miller and Moulton's tomorrow.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. Go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton